Okay. Hello, guys. Okay, I'm going to move. Okay. Hello, guys. Welcome back to another live streaming here on this channel. Look, this time you see the light coming from here because today it's a gloomy day and it's about to snow for the entire day. So that's why you see me a little bit dark here. And it's also 7:30 in the morning, so I don't want it to turn on the main light over there. It's too shocking me. But anyway, I thank you so much for the support of the first part of these live streaming dedicated to episode 21 of season 4 part, in this case part 2 of Shingeki no Kyojin. Today I'm going to go ahead with the part 2. I am not sure if I can handle everything today too, but in the case I will do tomorrow part 3 or later. It depends if due to this snowstorm that is coming on Tokyo, if I can go to work or not. Let's see. Anyway, I will update you really, really soon later. Anyway, yesterday I reached the moment in which Ymir was attacked by the other soldiers of King Fritz while she was said to be free. Okay, let me start immediately because I didn't finish that scene, if you remember, and also because from now on I'm going to analyze in details everything that is going to happen. So please stay tuned and keep on watching me. Also because I think that it will last other 4 hours. Sorry to tell you, but there are so many things to say, so many connections. So just be patient if you can. You're not forced to watch this, but if you feel that you wanted to enjoy together with me trying to analyze this episode, stay tuned. Okay, in that scene, you see that Ymir is attacked by these soldiers, by these warriors, with arrows. It's like as if she's becoming a prey, guys. And in fact, yesterday I was telling you that Ymir here, while she's running, while she's trying to reach freedom, it's like as if she's caught once again. And if she. And it seems like as if she's treated as an animal. So even worse than a human being. Even if yes, I love animals, but look, a human being that is treated like an animal or like a prey, it's not something positive, right? Um, if you remember, this same entertaining treatment was used also in season 3 part 2 at the end of this season. Look, yes, I didn't tell you. If I look down, it's because I have notes. I don't want to forget anything, so that's why sometimes I have to recollect my thoughts. But anyway, yeah, this moment in which Ymir is running and she's hit from behind, and it seems that these soldiers, I mean, these warriors that are depending on King Fritz, are having fun by shooting her, by trying to hit her and stuff like that. Yet this moment reminded me the moment in which, in season 3, part 2, you see that Marley official that is turning. Grisha and all the others into titans, and he definitely says it. I mean, he's saying, oh, I do this because I'm having fun, because it's interesting. It's something that we are having fun by watching it. So, as you can see, once again, this is number 4 of this destiny of Yumiru no Tami, this population of Ymir that is going ahead for 2000 years. And you definitely see the same leitmotif going ahead, no matter if in this case, mm, in season 3 part 2 we are not talking about Eldians anymore, but we are talking about Marlians. But as you can see throughout this story and even later, you see that this Yumiru no Tami is a target not just from for Eldians, that means King Fritz and all the others. Okay, let me divide all these things because sometimes people get confused. Eldians are this tribe of King Fritz who decided to dominate the world more and more. So I will call them Eldians because that's what they are. In fact, the more they grow, the more King Fritz is saying Eldia. So they are Eldians. Then we have Yumiru no Tami, that is the population descending from both Ymir and King Fritz together. That means that once they stay together, they make three kids, and then from these three kids, there is the descendants of the Yumiru no Tami. So this is something else. I mean, we can't confuse the terms. One thing is Eldian, and one thing is Yumiru no Tami. They are two different things. Because there is even the influence of Ymir, and that's the main and great difference. And then we have Marlians and the rest of the world. So what I'm saying now is that when I compared this scene in which Ymir is a hit with um, season 3 part 2, in which the so-called Eldians, but in this case we should say Yumiru no Tami, they are transformed into titans. You see that these Yumi no Tami, for 2000 years, were always a target, not just from Eldians, that means the tribe made by King Fritz since the beginning, but also later from Marlians. So Paradise and all these Yumi no Tami inside, as much as the Yumi no Tami who are living in Liberio, are always a target of the world. And this will be really useful for the end of the episode. So stay tuned and keep on watching because this thought is logical. So we just have to go on with the episode. But definitely, when Ymir or Yumiru is hit by this arrow and the other people are having fun because of it, it's definitely something that it's creating like a sort of a destiny for these 2000 years because even later Eldians, Yumi no Tami Eldians, are the target, are becoming the target of the world, and the world is having fun by destroying them, is having fun to have this massacre on them. The more we go on, then Ymir, throughout this scene, after she's hit, she's looking up in the sky, but she's seeing that the forest is almost covering the view to reach the sky. This is pretty meaningful too. First of all, because Ymir is looking up. That is something that even in the previous episode, Eren, since he was born, do you remember? But also while he was growing, he was really looking up all the times. It's like as if these descendants from Ymir is making him doing almost the same things. Or even other Yumiru no Tami, they were looking up when they were attacked in Shiganshina, do you remember? So every time there is this perspective in which it seems that you're staying like this and you're looking up as if you're searching for freedom, even in her case in the forest. So don't forget about that. But then, even this forest that is covering the sky a little bit, it reminds me even of the ending, or even all the times that the walls were um so great, so big compared to the human beings, and it seems that even the walls were trying to cover the sky to make it seem as if you can't reach the sky, or it was limiting the sky. That it makes you understand that you're not free at all. And even in this case, with Yumiru, with Ymir, you see that the forest is trying to cover the sky as if there is a never ending story like this, or I will never be free, or something like that. Especially because, in fact, she will not be free. And this is just a premonition, maybe, of what's coming later. But maybe that sky that you can see after that forest can also give her the hope to go ahead and try to find a way to escape. So it depends how you see this moment, definitely. But I think that that forest in that moment was announcing her that she can't be free so easily. And in fact, she understood it immediately. As much as she was a hit, she understood that she can't go far away from where she is right now. Especially, she can't go back to what she was at the beginning before being attacked by aliens. So definitely, it would. This was really bad for her, like a bad luck stuff. But once again, this is another characteristic of the destiny of Yumiru no Tami, because even in this case, you always remember that from season one, you see that these people in paradise are confined into these walls, and as I was telling you, these walls sometimes they were reaching the sky, and it was like a limitation. So definitely you see these destiny, this fate of this population of Ymir that keeps going on for 2000 years and makes this population becoming slaves of the world, or anyway, people as if they are birds in cage. So this thing, this subject is not changing for 2000 years, and this is pretty sad, of course. But as you can see, there are some comparisons with Ymir. She's the founder of this population, and the rest of the population that is going ahead for 2000 years. um, and then Ymir is sleeping. I mean, she's finding herself on the ground. And I think that at that time, Ymir was asking herself, why I have to be treated like this? I mean, I was a gentle, I was kind with all of these people. Why do I have to be treated like this? And in fact, as you can see, she is crying too, and this crying thing you will see it even at the end of the episode, but in a different way, definitely. But maybe she is asking herself so many questions, like why do I have to be treated like a slave? Why do I have to be betrayed from the trust that I gave to this person in front of me? That okay, he made me like a slave, but at the same time, for the kindness that I had, I decided to take all the guilt for all the other people. So why he didn't realize that I was a kind person? Why do I have to suffer because of others? Actually, yes, this is an attitude Ymir has for the rest of her life. But sincerely, I think that she is thinking, should I be kind once again or not? Because if this is how they behave with me, this is something crazy. Is this the price that I have to pay in order to be kind to the world? This is pretty cruel, right? And again, why I can't be free like all the others? He told me that I was supposed to be free. So why am I not free right now? Why I can't go out as much as he said? Does this mean that he betrayed me by saying this? And even in this case, you find the betrayal that is another great theme that the entire Yumi no Tami was feeling throughout the 2000 years, because the Yumi no Tami felt betrayed in many cases, even throughout the seasons. You see these. Even Grisha was betrayed by his son. Even Eren was betrayed by his friends. Um, Even the same population inside the paradise was betrayed by the royal blood family because their memories were erased. So, as you can see, this betrayal thing that keeps going on for 1,000 years, and this is another destiny. I call it destiny, but this is like a repetition of events since Ymir was born, because she is creating her population later. So it's like as if all that she was feeling could go ahead, because all Ymir no Tami, all the population of Ymir has a piece, a tiny, even a cell coming from Ymir. So it's like as if she was cursing all her population 40,000 years automatically by living, by experiencing the same things over and over again as much as she did. So this was something crazy too. And then I think that Ymir at that time, when she was sleeping and she was falling on the ground, she was also thinking, why other people are going to decide for my freedom? I mean, once again, she was supposed to be free, but since the beginning, she was attacked and she was treated as a slave. Remember that this thing, you have to see all these actions as if we are portraying all these to paradise, the paradise that we are seeing now, because it's fundamental. You see many things in common in these cases. But anyway, Ymir was attacked the first because she was living her peaceful life. She was conquered. She was treated as a slave. She was working for this king who made her as a slave. And then she was promised to be free because she took the call. She took the position of the guilty girl in front of everyone. But she was heard that she would have become free, so she believed it. But then she was betrayed by this behavior. So as you can see, the more we go ahead, the more Ymir's personality, if she has one, let me tell you. Oh, I open and close the bracket, unfortunately. But we are creating a little bit more what Ymir is. And the reason why at the end of the episode she's behaving like this. But all these questions that I told you so far can be the same questions that Eren is asking himself while he feels betrayed, while he feels that there is no freedom, while he discovers that somebody else is deciding for his freedom, when he feels as if he's in a cage. When he feels betrayed by his friends, when he feels that there was a promise or there was a concept of a dream to be free, but then everything turned into a nightmare. So, as you can see, while I'm talking about Ymir, you can also say the same things to Eren. And that's why, once again, I believe that Ymir wanted to reach Eren, or wanted to see if he could reach her, because Eren was experiencing or was feeling the same dirty feelings that she felt while living the same experience. So I think that in Eren, she is finding, I don't want to say a friend, but a person that, by having had the same experiences and by feeling the same things over and over again, he could understand her. And yeah, later we will analyze when they, I mean, when Eren is hugging her and etc. etc. But yeah, absolutely, I think that they have so many things in common. Oh, and then mm, Ymir, by falling, she's looking at a flower. Okay, this is so great because you have to remember that she was a hit. That means the world is really cruel. Also, because she was believing what that King Fritz was saying to her about freedom, and she was already dreaming about this freedom she could have. But at the same time, by falling on the ground, she's looking at a flower. And once again, the flower that is representing this world that is so cruel, but also really beautiful. And if you noticed, this flower has 9 petals. And of course, you know why. You, of course, you understand that in this story there are lots of details, lots of symbols that can refer to premonitions or of something that is happening later, or it's just a way to remark the meaning of this story. But anyway, yes, she sees this flower with the nine petals. And of course, this number nine refers to the numbers of the Titans that are coming later, as if that flower, no matter how beautiful it is, one petal is marked by blood. It means that, of course, one of the nine, it's her, because she, by becoming the Shiso Titan, is becoming one of the nine Titans, right? So I think that that flower is really meaningful because no matter if the world can be also beautiful, violence is predominating on this, and in fact she's going to be cursed. That flower that is marked by blood means that her existence will be marked by something, as if we are talking about a curse, and in fact this curse is going ahead for 2000 years, even thanks to these nine titans that are developed later because of her flesh. So let's see that everything is connected here. But by looking at this flower, she is crying. Um, does she cry because she is so amazed by seeing this beautiful flower in all these bad context, as if, okay, should I stay like this? I mean, should I still hope for something coming for me? Is this a sign that is granting me that the world is also beautiful and I still have to trust this world? Is she crying because she's thinking that now everything is hopeless and she thinks that she will never be able to be free as before? That crying moment was pretty essential to understand even the crying moment at the end of the episode. But sincerely, I think that she feels so betrayed. She feels so sad. And she feels as if, yeah, there is no turning back anymore. And that flower is already anticipating her. Yeah, as I told you, that there will be a change because actually that change will happen. You know that already, but from her perspective, she doesn't know what to think anymore. So I definitely think that Ymir felt lonely at that time. As much as, look, once again, I told you, you have to understand everything that I say based also on Eren's experience. Do you remember when Eren was prived by his own um, freedom? In episode one, he was crying too. There was the same tear that fell down from Ymir's face, Ymir's eyes. Do you remember? So even in this case, it's not just Ymir. It's like as if Ymir could. I don't want to say something crazy, but it's like as if Ymir could be reborn into Eren by having the same experiences, by having the same feelings, by feeling the same pain, the same feeling of betrayal, the same will to cry when you're hopeless, and stuff like this. So, yeah, there is a comparison even here between this episode and episode two of season one, when Eren is crying, and you see definitely this tear that is marked as much as in this episode. Ymir's tears are marked because they have a special meaning. And in that case, Ymir was crying because she understood that there is no turning back anymore and there is not the freedom that she wanted, but she can still struggle to find it by looking at that flower that is a symbol of hope. As much as Eren in season one, episode two, he is crying because he doesn't know where to go back to anymore. There's no turning back for him too, and there is not a home to come back to. Let's say that even Ymir, no matter if she was treated as a slave later by King Fritz, she found herself in that context, and she was getting used to it. I mean, before the thing of the pigs, even if she was treated as a slave, she was getting used to it. I mean, she was not finding a big deal anymore to be treated like this. So, is this also, I mean, is she crying also because she thinks that that was becoming her home and there's no way to go back home anymore, as much as Eren did in episode 2 of season 1? This is pretty interesting. Um. Oh yeah, Andrew. Yes, yes. I was about to tell this too. Yeah, but I said it even yesterday when I was telling the Ymir that Eren has these Shingeki no Kyojin, and of course, this Shingeki no Kyojin is one of the characteristics that that he's having. Sorry, from Ymir, because by splitting her flesh into three parts because three daughters were eating her, and then they could form these titans. These titans are parts of her, characteristics that you find in her. So definitely, I think that yeah, the Shingeki no Kyojin is a part of her, and it's a way to read her somehow. And yeah, the fact that it went to Eren, I think, in her opinion, was the best thing at this point. Yes. Um, and yes, why this flower symbolizes even the change, because it's marked by blood. And you know that this white flower, as much as I was explaining you many times, even for the ending, this flower that is white, that represents pureness, that is marked by blood, that means a curse, or it means something, a change of something that can't go back as before anymore. And in fact, if you color red on top of a white, that white color can't go back as before. So this is all meaningful to let you understand that Ymir will never be able to go back as before, to go back as this pure girl as she was before even being attacked by aliens. So this is so meaningful. I think once again that Ymir tried to trust this King Fritz, and when she heard freedom, I mean free, she was believing it so much that when she was betrayed, this feeling as if she was being treated as a nonsense was already developed inside herself until she reached the tree. But that flower is also a symbol that she has to go forward, she has to go on, because if the world is cruel but also beautiful, as much as what happened in that season at the beginning, when you see that everything is burning, but then this burning context, this burning setting is turning into a setting of a wedding, in which these petals of flowers that are white are falling. It's always the same leitmotif. The world is cruel, but also really beautiful. But even in that case, the petals were white. So when she's finding this flower on the ground, she's thinking, okay, wait a second. I saw white petals once again. When was that moment? Oh, that moment was when I could see in front of my eyes love. So this flower right now that is in front of me is giving me the same hope that I found before when I thought that I was having love in front of me and I didn't know what that was. Does this mean that I have to keep moving forward to find to find the freedom and not to stop giving up? This could be, and in fact, later in here she is moving. forward. I mean, she is going after this flower, and it's a great sign. This is another way to let you understand that the Shingeki no Kyojin was maybe chosen of the presentation, or you know that the Shingeki no Kyojin is even more powerful than the Shiso if we go. I mean, if we go against this vow of the war, the Shingeki no Kyojin is really powerful. So it's like as if Ymir was giving the Shingeki no Kyojin. It is a super amazing characteristic that means go forward, go ahead. If you feel hopeless, you should still find the flower, something beautiful in the world. When I do this, is because you have to connect what's happening to Ymir to Eren. Even Eren found a great flower in his life. Even Eren is surrounded by flowers, and this flower is appearing every time Eren is together with Mikasa. That can be at this point the flower that is connecting them, because that flower is always appearing when Mikasa and Eren are together. That means it's the flower connecting the two by love. That is the same love that Ymir found in front of her eyes when she saw the king marrying. And that flower can be also reconducting to Eren, because even Eren found the beauty of the world, that is Mikasa. So as you can see, Ymir and Eren, they have a great bond. They are so amazingly connected, and you don't have to forget this. Okay, then um, she is reaching the tree. Oh yes. Okay, so I open a bracket. The day before yesterday, while I was collecting all of my thoughts, I decided to research Yggdrasil, call it as much as you like. That is this a tree that I could find that refers to the Nordic mythology. And of course, as soon as I look, I no, now I don't have that book, because really soon we are going to move from here, so I had to put it in the box. But I had it in my book too, my book of mythology, symbols, and stuff like that. So when I searched for Yggdrasil or Yggdrasil or Yggdrasil, call it as much as you like, I was shocked. I was shocked because if you remember, some months ago, 3 months ago, I guess, yeah, 3 or 4 months ago, I was making a drawing to you during a live streaming. Do you remember? In which I was connecting um, the tree of episode one, in which Eren is sitting next to it, with the tree of the paths. And I was telling you, look, there is like a sort of a circled connection between the two. And I was showing you the drawing. If you didn't check it out, you can go and check it out. The live streamings are still on the channel, so you can check it by yourself. And in that moment, I was thinking so many things, and I was making so many theories about this, that the day before yesterday, when I saw Yggdrasil, I was like, huh? Because I was drawing more or less the same thing. And when Ymir is reaching this tree, I decided to research what Yggdrasil was in the Nordic mythology. And I was surprised to get in touch with the fact that this tree in the Nordic mythology is considered the center of everything. Good. I mean, if we refer this center of everything in the Shingeki no Kyojin world, of course, we are thinking about the beginning of everything that caused all the events coming later, thanks to what happens to Ymir while she goes inside the tree. So definitely this can be one reason why this is compared to Yggdrasil, because in the Nordic mythology, it's there's a tree. I mean, it's the center of the world. It's the center of everything. So if we compare these to this story, yes, even this tree was the center of everything because everything starts from that moment, sincerely. So 1 year ago, when I was telling you, Grisha, you started everything. Yes, it can be because he decided to go to rebel and to go outside the walls. Correct. But at this point, he was not starting everything. The real person who started everything was Ymir. And actually, no, even before, the real person who started everything is King Fritz of 2000 years before, because by conquering Ymir's village, by making her become a slave, by Ymir being sacrificed for all these pigs stuff and stuff like that, by he by saying to her that she was supposed to be free and attacking her from behind, took her automatically to this tree. So, as you can see, there is a starting point of everything. But if we have to follow the Shingeki no Kyojin world as we know it, that means everything has to be seen from the point of view of the Yumiro no Tami, from Eren's point of view, etc., etc., etc. Everything started since the moment in which Ymir reaches this tree and she's sleeping inside. So, uh, if we follow, I open just a bracket for a second. If you follow the opening, if I lose it all, sleep and fall, I will never look away. Here, it's not Eren in the opening, it's Ymir. If I lose it all, because she was betrayed, she was a hit, she was attacked, she was a slave, she lost her freedom in general, she lost her house. I mean, she lost everything. If I lose it all, she lost even the trust that she had because she was said that she was supposed to become free once again. Sleep and fall because she's sleeping and she's falling inside this tree. If I lose it all, sleep and fall, I will never look away. Yes, she will never look away because she's getting in touch with something that can let her turn her back anymore. She can't go back anymore with what she was before. So, yeah, this opening, be careful how you read it. But going back to the tree, yes, I closed the bracket. Um, this tree is the center of everything because it's the beginning of the world of the Shingeki no Kyojin as we know. It's the center of everything because it's also the beginning of Yumiro no Tami. I mean, from that moment, we know that sooner after her descendants will start. So it's a center of everything. It's the center because the Yumiro no Tami is created somehow as a population of Ymir. And from that moment, for 2000 years, the world is changing also because of this. So, because of this population and because of all the people thinking some things regarding this population and la la la. I mean, it's a center of everything anyway. It can be the center of everything also because by becoming the Shiso Titan, um, she will be split into nine Titans later. So, I mean, eight Titans plus the Shiso, but anyway, nine. And it's another way to start the story as we know. Oh, yeah, I can sing. And it's the center of everything because going back to the flower, she is the center of that flower as much as in the scene in which we see Eren opening and closing his eyes, or by becoming the Shiso when he uh, not by becoming the Shiso, sorry, by even becoming the Sensu no Kyojin when he was eating Lara and stuff like this. You see that when he Eren is open his eyes, the center of the eyes, tum, tum. So the center of everything. It has so many meanings. Um, that so this tree was making me feel so shocked because yes, as I was telling you many months, I was telling you this. There has to be a connection between the trees. You see a tree in episode one, season one. You see that Eren is always next to a tree. You always see the difference of the trees because trees with the leaves, trees without the leaves. You see the tree of the paths that resembles like a tree. You see that Ymir is getting in touch with a tree. I mean, the tree is the symbol of life. Um, and it's, I think that even at school, you have learned the chlorophyllian. Oh, how can you say it in English? In Italian is la sintesi chlorophylliana. The synthesis, yes, I think the chlorophyllian synthesis, you know that trees are life. We breathe even thanks to them. We live thanks to them. If we are going to erase all the trees from the world, we will not breathe anymore. So it's a source of life. So this tree that is always staying next to our protagonist, the main protagonist, Eren, since the beginning, already made you understand that something was announcing the importance of the tree. And in fact, season one, he is lying next to the tree and he's crying. Look, episode one, yes, I was remarking the tears of Eren and Ymir a few minutes ago. But yeah, let me tell you, it's not just the season one, episode two, when Eren is saying, I will kill them all. And the tear. And that tear already means something if we refer to Ymir too. Mm. But the tear Eren has in episode one, season one, when he's waking up, Mikasa is asking him, why are you crying? That tear is Eren's tear because of what he saw from the future, or that's the tree that is conducting us to the tree, to the tier of Ymir that is happening before meeting the tree. Because look at the tree, the scene of the tree, and the scene in which she's crying, it's over there. So even in this case, Eren is crying, and then he's next to a tree. But that's not the same tree, of course. But it's like as if he was already connected with Ymir somehow, as if the destiny wanted that Eren was about to change this story, and in fact, he will. Then, if he will do it in the worst way or in the best way, that's something else. We will discuss it later. But okay, so when I saw this tree, I was speechless because I was making that drawing. If you followed me, you know what I mean, okay? Um, and then this tree has also something in common with the tree of the paths because when Ymir is going to transform into the Shiso Titan, you see that this explosion is making the form, the shape of a tree. And in fact, later, this tree of, I mean, this lightning that is having this shape of the tree will also create later the tree of the paths, in which Ymir is confined inside. Um, and if you notice, this tree has an opening. I mean, you can go inside. That's why I was thinking, is there a connection between this tree of Ymir with the tree of Eren. I mean, as if as as if as when Ymir goes inside this tree, it's also something to be seen in a different way, as a journey to another dimension in which she can connect to Eren in episode 1 of season 1. Also because both of them are crying and both of them are standing next to the tree. Never say never. But yeah, by having this opening as if this tree is a gate of something, as if this opening that the tree has is a connection to something else, a connection to another world, a connection to another dimension. In fact, later she will stay in another dimension. That door of, it's not a door, but it's like a door to hell, because everything you see through this opening is pitch black. And usually this makes you understand that something wrong is about to happen. And that's why I don't believe, and I will explain you why later. Oh, it's snowing. Good job. um, that's why Eren, I don't think Eren is the devil here. And you will understand it later why I say this. Um, then, so this gate, this portal, yeah, it's like a portal to hell. It's like as if Ymir will never go back as before, and in fact, she will never be. Um, but I really liked the tones of the colors here too, because from outside, that tree seems to be normal, seems to be like a usual tree, even if it's pretty tall. Um, does is this a tree taller than the other trees around? Because if yes, it means that it has thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and it means that it's, yeah, the center of the world, the center of that world, the world of the Shingeki no Kyojin, as we all know it. That means that before this moment, that is 2,000 years before, this tree was still there, and this tree maybe was seen by other people, was found by other people before Ymir. So and it's connecting with what I'm about to say um, later, because it has a deep connection. But anyway, this tree was there even before Ymir, and we already know what's inside that tree. So does this mean that before Ymir there was already somebody else reaching that tree? There was somebody else who could transform into the Shiso? Never say never, because it could have been Ymir, or it could have been anybody else. So was Ymir chosen by a certain reason, or it was just randomly? I mean, this is really essential. We needed to understand this. Why Ymir was chosen to go inside that tree? Was that a coincidence? Was it a premonition? Was it something that she had to do? Was this a sign of destiny? Was this just a random choice? Because it could have been her as much as somebody else. So, yeah, I think that we have to think more about this. Was there somebody else before Ymir? How many years before? Was there a person who lived the same experiences of Ymir and could cause some bad stuff in the past too? Or could condemn an entire population like Ymir did later? There are so many questions involved. Or at this point, okay, no, at this point, I wanted to tell you something later regarding this tree and this importance, because uh, we need to understand if this story can repeat or not. And I will tell you later because there is one detail that makes me understand a few things. But let's go ahead. Um, so you see that Ymir is passing from freedom at the beginning, slavery later, almost freedom later, and then a nightmare. Um, and these, once again, reminds me, or it's part of this destiny of the population of Ymir, that this population of Ymir is having even later. Because Ymir, follow me, Ymir is attacked from behind by some warriors that are going to try to having fun by hitting her. She is hit and she sleeps on the ground. She falls on the ground. Then she's finding the flower. Then she is looking behind. I mean, she's looking up first because she's seeing the tree also. But then she's looking around and she's hearing that somebody is coming. So she thinks that she's not seen. So she thinks, oh, I could escape. That was really awesome. Maybe I can be free for real. Remember, mark these words that I'm saying. And later she goes inside the tree. So the freedom she wanted to have is stolen once again. Or the dream that she had that she could escape and she could be free once again is gone. Why do I say this? Is because it's the same thing that happened in season 3, part 2, when they discovered the ocean. They thought that by finding the ocean, and after all the troubles they had in order to reach the ocean, they were tortured, they were massacred, they could erase all the titans in paradise, and they said, oh, finally, we reached the ocean. That's great. But when they reach the ocean, they know that after that hell, they will meet another hell. And it's the same. I mean, the same fate. And even that fate that Eren and all the others have by reaching the other side of the ocean is darkness, is hell, as much as when Ymir is going inside this entrance of the tree. Pitch black. And if we remember what Eren says to Falco in season 4, part 1, after one hell, you can discover that hell is not finished, but it's even increasing. Yes, because after one hell, there is another hell. That's what happened to Ymir too. So as you can see, this population of Ymir is experiencing the same stuff for 2000 years. The same thing. So I think that that was pretty amazing from Isayama Sensei to create this loop of events as if Ymir is part of that tree, because she is the source of everything. She is the starting point of everything. If we see things from Eren's perspective, okay? And we always have to see things from Eren's perspective because this story is his story. So we have to see what he thinks based on the past. And the past is his origin, and his origin is Ymir. Um, then Ymir sleeps and she falls inside water. I mean, she is drowning. Oh, finally, they could help me understand why she was drowning. Because some months ago, I was telling you two options. Do you remember? I told you option number one, she is bullied, and then they wanted to kill her, and they let her drown underwater. This was one of my first options. And the second option was that she was getting in touch with this immense power. People found it. They found it that it was so dangerous, and they wanted to kill her. This was what I thought some months ago. Some parts were correct, and some others don't. They were not. But I'm happy for that because, as you can see, I'm guessing the first, and then I'm confirming it or not. But yeah, when she's falling underwater, you see this beautiful scene, as if she's falling down, like a descendants to hell, as always. And this makes you understand that Eren is not the devil. I want to remark this. But she is descending to hell. She's descending deep down, down, down. And you see this immense and great scene of this water that is that has a lighter colors on top, and of course darker ones the more you go down, because if we refer as the ocean or the sea, the more you go deep down, the more it's becoming dark, and the more it's becoming fearful, because the ocean or the sea, um, it can be a great friend but also a great enemy. So I really like this representation, because the more you go down the ocean, the more it's getting scary, the more it's getting dark, and you don't know what you can find over there. Inside the ocean, you find even deep, deep, deep inside. That means even 50 kilometers down, deep down, you can find some creatures, you can find some fishes, you can find some yeah, creatures that we still don't know, creatures or fishes that they have some strange shapes. I don't know if you have ever seen them, but it seems that they are from another world actually. So you don't know what you can find. uh, you can find something good even if you don't know, but even something really really bad, and this is what happens to Ymir actually. But I like this thing, but I liked even the contrast between this scene and the scene of the opening, in which you see that here Ymir is going down, and then in the opening you see that she's going up, and she is surrounded by this light. To me, this is also the representation of the phoenix. When you touch the ground, when you are reduced into ashes, and you go deep, deep down, as if you are touching the latest and the deepest part of the ground, then you can re-emerge from ashes, and you can be reborn. That's what the phoenix, what that's what the legend of the phoenix is. So yeah, I could see this rebirth of Ymir in a different way, of course, but it's something that she couldn't handle it before, that she couldn't have it before, because it's a thanks to something else that she could become what she became later. And yeah, this is the same thing that is happening to her actually, that it's the connection with the phoenix. Even the phoenix had to turn into ashes first in order to reborn, and that's simply great if you think about it. I really like this thing. Oh, and then here we are confirming finally what Xava said in season 4, part 1, when he was talking to Zeke. Because Xava, thanks to his learning process, and thanks to learning all this stuff he could before dying, he was saying already, it's said that Ymir went in touch with something. Ooh, now I have to tell you so many things, so prepare yourself, because wow. Um, First of all, we are getting in touch with this thing that is appearing, that is transparent, That means that you can see it and you can't even see it, and this is pretty dangerous. Yes, it is. But it seems like the wait, I have to search the term because I don't want to say it in the wrong way. Sorry, because now I don't forget. I don't remember in this case. 1 second. Yeah, it has the shape of the sperm. The shape that is the head is like the sperm, but at the same time, it has the representation of the spinal fluid. So this thing doesn't have a head, but it has like the head of the sperm when you want to have a baby. You know what's happening, right? Okay. And this thing, when in touch with Ymir, this, I mean, this thing is it can be connected with the sperm for some reason, and for another reason from for the spinal fluid, the same spinal fluid that can be used in order for people, for not for people, for Yumiru no Tami to be transformed into titans. Wow. And in fact, the way in which this thing is attached to Ymir, it's attached to her spinal fluid, if you see. I mean, she's not getting in touch. I mean, this thing is not getting in touch with the Ymir on her head, on her shoulders, and stuff like this, or on her legs. No, on the spinal fluid only. So, of course, we know that it's thanks to this thing that even the way to become a Titans is possible later. But now I have some questions for you. I mean, you don't have to answer, you can't answer because these will be spoilers for sure. But I'm asking myself a few questions that I wrote here and then I wanted to share with you. Um, these creature, okay, before asking these questions, I want to say these creatures are is coming from below the tree. I mean, it's underwater, but it's coming under the tree. And even the fact that it has these things coming out from the main structure, the main body structure of this creature, it's like these things are like roots. I mean, you know that under the tree there are the roots, right? But this is strange because it's found underwater. So, is this creature connected to the roots of the tree? I mean, can it be detached from the tree and reach something? Is it connected to the tree or is it connected just to the water? We needed to understand it later. Okay, but this was just my theory. I mean, I thought that these were like the roots of the tree that is the center of everything. And if we follow this theory that I made now, because it was not written in the notes, so I made it now, um, the tree, by being the center of everything, if we follow the Nordic mythology of Yggdrasil, Yggdrasil, call it as much as you like, if this creature represents the roots of the tree, the roots are the first things that are appearing when a tree is born. I mean, it's a thanks to the roots that no, it's a thanks to the seed actually, but the seed, the seed that is like the head of this creature, that is like the seed sperm. But if the tree starts from the seeds and the roots, because the first thing that it's appearing from a tree is the roots, and then the trunk of the tree, and then the branches, etc., etc., etc. So what I'm saying is this creature is the beginning of everything. Is to me, the creature is the devil, because it's a thanks to this creature that Ymir could become the Shiso. And it's a thanks to this creature that went in touch with Ymir that the curse is starting for 2000 years. It's thanks to this creature that Ymir can't turn back as before. And if this creature is part of the roots of the tree, it's like as if we have on earth the seed of the devil, the seed of all evil stuff. And this tree is in the middle of everything. So it can be a great temptation. Even if Ymir was drowning and she couldn't respond because she was not conscious about what was going on, but definitely it's like as if this creature is attaching itself on purpose, while these people getting in touch with it are not conscious, they can't respond, and it's easier for the creature to control this person. I mean, if a person is not conscious, he or she can't rebel. So it's easier for the creature to possess it, to get in touch with it, right? It's like what the devil is doing, actually. The devil is, if you believe in the devil is getting in touch with the most fragile people, not with the strongest ones, because it's easier to control them. It's easier to get in touch with them, to possess them. And you also know that the seed or the sperm is another way to represent how the devil is going inside a person. Um, if you believe in the devil, if you know how the devil is represented, or the way in which the devil is getting in touch with a human being, usually, no, sometimes the devil is also represented by this creature who wants to possess a woman, physically speaking. That means to have a sexual attachment to her. And that's why even the sperm can be represented as this connection between the devil who wants to put his seed inside this girl to create a cursed descendants. Or it's like a way as if the devil, by doing this procedure, is going to create this population of other devils that is referred even to the Yumiru no Tami, right? And in fact, the Yumiru no Tami were considered as devils. So this is pretty interesting, but it makes sense actually. To be honest, I have to decide which of the two is the real devil, the King Fritz or this creature. But definitely, I don't think that Eren is the devil, because Eren is a human being. And no matter if he thinks, no matter if the song of the ending is Akuma no Ko, yes, Akuma no Ko, because he's descending from this. I mean, if the devil or the real demon of this story is King Fritz, Eren is the Akuma no Ko. Because Eren is a Yumiru no Tami, and the Yumiru no Tami were made by Ymir and King Fritz. As much as if we think that this creature is the real Akuma, anyway, Eren is the Akuma no Ko, but it's a child. It's a not the demon. The demon is somebody else or something else. And he is descending from this demon, yes, because by being Yumi no Tami, he is descending from King Fritz and Ymir together. If we think that King Fritz is the real devil character here in this story, or anyway, the creature that went inside, that installed inside Ymir this huge power, that's the real Akuma that could create then the Yumi no Tami. Anyway, so you have to see things, in my opinion, in a different perspective. I mean, later I'm going to analyze even ending three, and you understand why I think all this stuff and why I think that Eren is not the demon of this story. Um, it's easy to say, "Oh, Eren is devilish now. Oh, Eren is the demon now." Yes, it's easy, but because of the speech he's saying later, yes. But you have to remember that the title of the ending is Akuma no Ko. That means the child of the devil. It means that he's not the devil. He's the child of the devil. So the devil is somebody else. Do you understand what I mean? This is a pure translation. And in the ending, you see Eren. Eren is the Akuma no Ko, as much as all the people who descended from Ymir. They are all Akuma no Ko. But he is the child of the devil. He is not the devil. Otherwise, the ending would have been called Akuma, the devil. Okay, so that's a huge difference. Um, but now let me go ahead because I wanted to ask myself some questions regarding this creature that I still have to find the answer, of course. First question: since what time is that creature there? We don't know. Question number two: were there other people before Ymir who went in touch with this creature? At this point, it could be because the tree is pretty tall, and pretty big. I mean, it's a wide. It's not a narrow. So it means that if a tree is wide, the wider it is, the longest its life is, right? So does this mean that this creature could get in touch with other people? Also, because after she went inside this open, this sort of door portal whatsoever, it was easy to fall down. I mean, it was easy to slip down inside the water, right? So, in my opinion, other people went inside there before Ymir. And maybe by doing all these thing, this means that humanity was corrupted by this power since the beginning of the world. It means that not just Ymir created this story, but many other people before could create this story in a different way and could use this power to corrupt other human beings, to condemn other human beings. So if we know that Shingeki no Kyojin is a loop story, I mean a loop-like story, because Isayama likes the loops of events, it means that even before Ymir, there was somebody else who tried or who slipped, unfortunately, by entering over there, because that enter is malicious. I mean, it's not that you're sleeping just because you are not paying attention on where you put your feet, but it's immediately after. I mean, over there, boom, 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 you fall. So it's like as if it's a temptation to fall down, okay? And that's why I believe so. And if that's the case, I also understand why Eren wants to erase the world. Because if this thing is happening even before Ymir, it means that the world or humanity based itself on the same wrong principles over and over again. And things throughout the centuries, throughout the thousands of years, didn't change at all. So if we go on like that, there will be the chance that other people can reach that tree in the future. They can find it and they can create the same mistakes as before. But I wanted to open a bracket because yesterday I was telling you that when Zeke is saying to Eren, Eren, you didn't see everything from the future, right? I'm pretty sure of this. This makes you understand that Eren is like a Grisha at the end of the day. Eren is doing what he's doing throughout all this season, especially season four, sorry. Or at least, yes, season four, because he, from season three, part two, he discovered everything that he was doing and the purpose of what he was doing, because everything was already written. Yes. But after season three, part two, he discovers everything. So let's say from season four, um, everything that Eren is doing is because he saw some frames, some memories from the future, some of them, not all of them. So even Eren is controlled by this Eren of the future, because this Eren of the future is showing even the Eren of season four some things, not all of the things. So it's like as if even the Eren of season four is repeating the same mistakes that Grisha made, because this Eren of season four is convinced that he could see everything already. But Zeke said, no, in my opinion, you didn't see everything. So what I'm saying is that Eren's purpose is to destroy the world because he thinks, because he saw these frames from the future, that by doing this, he will save Mika's Armin and all the others. And he thinks that thanks to what he saw, and thanks to this huge sacrifice he's making, the things will not repeat later. That the same mistakes will not be repeated anymore later because we erase the rest of the world and only Paradise is going to be saved. But I wanted to tell you, Eren, are you sure? At this point, from what Zeke says, you didn't see everything from the future. And maybe that Eren from the future, that at this point we don't know who that Eren is. Is this Eren Yeager, or is this another person who's going to inherit his titan and can show him just a few things on purpose that is controlling everything? But dear Eren, you were tricking Grisha by showing him just a few frames of the things. What if are you also tricked with the same way? Maybe there's somebody from the future is showing you some things on purpose, letting you believe that you will survive, maybe that you will stay with Mikasa forever, that you will have a nice life together with her and all the others, that by doing what you're doing, no other mistakes will be repeated anymore. Who gives you this guarantee? Nobody. So uh, I am afraid that after what Eren is doing, nothing is going to change. I mean, I am afraid that because of his sacrifice that he wants to make, yes, in order to reach freedom, yes, I know, but no, because Eren himself, even in the trailer, he's saying, I'm going to move forward till my death and after my death. That is the same sentence that he's saying to Grisha. Grisha, you have to move forward till your death and after your death. And we all know that after his death, there was Eren Yeager. So Grisha could move forward after his death because there was somebody after him. Does this mean that after Eren Yeager there is somebody else? And that's why Eren Yeager can also move forward until his death and after his death? So I am afraid, no, I'm afraid, I mean, I can imagine, but this Eren's sacrifice will mean nothing because things can repeat over again. Things can start over again. And what he saw maybe from the future were just the frames that were convenient for somebody else to go ahead, not with Eren Yeager's story, but with the future somebody's story. And also Eren Yeager maybe was used by this person that is coming from the future. Who knows? But definitely, that's why I'm afraid that Eren can see some frames from the future in which he is so happy with Mikasa. But these memories maybe are referring to a context that was happening before dying. Do you understand what I mean? So maybe by seeing these frames in which he thinks that he's spending time with Mikasa, that he's happy with Mikasa, maybe when he later will realize that he is about to die instead, he will say, "Oh no, I was convinced that I was going to live the rest of my life with Mikasa because I saw it." Maybe. And then it will start this desperation of Eren. And in fact, even in the opening, you see him like this, no, because maybe later he also realizes that what he saw from the future were just a few frames, actually, and not everything. And by believing that he was living some other moments with Mikasa while he can't, maybe he will say, no, 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 wait, 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 I saw it from the future. I don't want to die anymore. No, 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 I saw it. I was convinced that I saw it. So I don't want to die. I don't want to be separated from Mikasa and all this stuff. Do you understand what I mean? The same thing that happened to Grisha when he was saying, Eren, why you don't show me how this went on? I did everything you told me to do. Why? Show me at least the other things as much as you showed me so far. Do you understand? But this will open a great world of what's happening later. Because you see maybe that after Eren is dead, and okay, he can give some signs to Mikasa thanks to the scarf and whatsoever. Yes, of course, he's dead. But you also know that if the power of the Titans is still there, it can be transmitted, not just because you eat a Titan and you inherit that power, but also randomly. So, and also because Eren, by becoming the Shiso, he he will be defeated. But what if somebody? I'm just saying, okay, just saying. What if somebody is going to eat a part of Eren? That is, I mean, after he is defeated, if there is another crazy person like a King Fritz who's going to say, "Let's eat these things left from Eren," so we can split the Titan's power once again, and the story can start all over again. This would be crazy because this will also be a way in which Eren can move forward even after his death. Do you understand what I mean? This is pretty crazy to think, but yeah. Or maybe his power will be inherited randomly by somebody else because it's possible. At least, okay, he will become the Shiso version, but anyway, inside him, he has also other titans, not just the Shiso. So these titans can be transferred to somebody else, or maybe the story can start all over again because there, even if later, yes, that's what I wanted to reach, even if later while transforming Ymir, while transforming, you see that this tree is falling, boom, okay, but who knows, maybe that tree was there just to temptate others so it can grow once again. And if that creature that is the root of the center of everything, because that's the tree of this that represents the center of everything, maybe that tree can start all over again. Because if that's a curse, if that's a malediction, if that's something evil, evil is going to grow once again. No matter how much you try to defeat it, it can grow anyway. So what if somebody else is going to that tree once again? It means that Aaron's sacrifice was made by for nothing. That, and this is what I fear the most, because Aaron is doing everything what he's doing because he wants to sacrifice himself, to create a change, as much as he says in season 3 part 2 before kissing Historia's hand. But is this going to work, or is this all done in vain? This will be so sad. Try to understand. Eren, who's going to sacrifice himself, okay, for his freedom, for the freedom of Yumiru no Tami. But what if it's not going to happen? What if the story can be repeated anyway? What if one person surviving from a paradise can reach the same place in which, in the meantime, these evil creature or these evil feelings can turn once again into this tree, and then a person from a paradise who survived finds the tree once again, and the Yumiru no Tami is cursed for eternity. Because one person from the from paradise, he or she will be a Yumiru no Tami anyway. But Eren wants to let Yumiru no Tami survive. But what if this Yumiru no Tami is getting in touch with this tree later? It means that this eternity, this curse for eternity that they are also talking about in this episode, will go on. It's a mess. But okay, let me go ahead. Question number 3. No, okay, I said it right now. This is a story after Eren will finish, or will go ahead. Question number 4. Can we destroy this creature? And if yes, how? This is so interesting. But, even if you think that you can defeat the devil is something that is not human, something that can't be defeated, physically speaking, by cutting it or by trying to erase it somehow. You can defeat it spiritually speaking. So there has to be a way in which human beings from inside themselves are going to depurate themselves. So that means that they are going to find pureness inside themselves, instead of all the evil things that they are surrounded by. But I have to repeat you once again that human beings, religiously speaking, are sinful. They are born by being sinful since the beginning. So it's impossible that you can erase these sins from you somehow. You can be tempted, but it's up to you, thanks to the free will as a human being, to decide if you want to be tempted or not. It's only up to you. So this creature can be destroyed? I don't think so. It only depends if you want to stay in touch with it or not. Um, Question number 5. Except for this creature, are there other creatures or not? I mean, in the rest of the world, not just the place in which this tree was found, but in the other places of the world, can we find other trees like these? Or is it the only one? If we follow the Nordic mythology, that's the only one. Yes. But in this story of Shingeki no Kyojin, try to understand that maybe there are other trees. Oh yes, yes, connected with what I was telling you before, maybe there are other trees that are the same like this one in another part of the world. And after the rumbling, while these paradise people who survived are wandering, I mean, they are walking, one or more than one of these people, they find the tree once again. But that tree maybe is not the same tree as it fell after Ymir's transformation. Maybe that's another tree. Maybe it's another tree with another creature, with another problem, with another type of titan. That it's not the Shiso, that is another titan. Never say never. But this question is really amazing, in my opinion, because it makes you think a lot. And maybe the story can start in a different way because the creature living inside that new tree is different. So instead of having the Shiso Titan, we have the Titan. Okay. So it's a little bit going against with what I told you so far, but it's a different option that we should think. Okay, question number 6 is almost the same. Is there another tree except for that one, or it's just that one, the main tree that we should pay attention on? And then it's not a question. Yes, it's a question somehow. The will of this creature is the will of this creature to pass from one human being to the other one, to destroy the world, to corrupt the world, to poison the world. And that's why I think that the creature is the devil of all things in this story. It's not Eren. And that's why I'm saying that if this creature is passing from one person to the other one by being evil, by being the devil, it means that before Ymir, it was getting in touch with somebody else. Or if there is another tree with another creature, I mean, yes, I call it creature because I don't know how to call it still. Parasite, yeah. If there was another tree with another parasite that got in touch with that, I mean, all these evils creatures that wanted to pass from one person, Ymir, in this case, for the story as we know, to Eren. Because later we see that when Ymir will grant the power to Eren, this creature is passing to Eren. So, as I was telling you, oh, okay. As I was telling you, it's the will of this creature to pass from one system to the other one. To It's like a virus. Okay, even the viruses are passing from one person to the other one. To survive, they have to pass from one organism to the other one. So that's what this creature is doing. But if this creature is incarnating bad stuff, that's correct. I mean, it's the point of all this story. That means this devil that wants to conquer one organism, one person, trying to use this person by spread evil stuff, by spread wars, by spread blah 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 blah. That's what happened later. As much as now we have Eren who's going to destroy the world, but Eren is different because Eren, by getting in touch with all of these Ymir's background story, he knows what's the problem. And maybe Eren wants to destroy the world based on all the few frames he saw from the future, because he thinks that by inheriting this creature, by being defeated, he can erase even the creature itself. And that means giving the freedom not just to him, but also to all the Yumiro no Tami. Because if I am inheriting this creature, and you Ymir grant me this power you have, that means the creature involved too, and I become this Shiso by having this creature inside of me. And if I wanted to be killed by becoming the target, I want to be killed by my friends. My friends are going to kill me, so I think that the creature also is vanished, and all can be free. But Eren, you have to remember one thing, unfortunately. I mean, if you think something like this, you have to think that you are not the only one. I mean, by transferring the power of Ymir from her to you, it's not you, the only one who inherited this part of this F power of this F creature, but all the Ymir no Tami have inside of themselves this small part of this creature, because they come from, they descend from Ymir. So if and only if Eren has this mission, or he wants to fulfill this mission, Eren, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Because anyway, you can't. Because anyway, this creature is already inside of all the Yumiro no Tami. Even if it could make sense for the reason why Eren wants the freedom of his population, the Yumiro no Tami, by destroying the world, because the world was the threatening part of this story towards the Yumiro no Tami. This story makes me feel crazy. Okay, let's go ahead. But did you understand what I mean? I hope so. Then number 8, question number 8 that I answer. I mean, I'm questioning myself actually. I don't want an answer. Why, thanks to this creature, people can turn into titans? I mean, why they can't turn into something else, but they can turn specifically into titans? This is interesting too. I don't have the answer, of course. Then, okay, question number 9, because I was writing it by myself. Is this creature the devil? Maybe yes at this point. Yeah. And then this creature who got in touch with Ymir could change Ymir genetically speaking. So, does this creature give Ymir the ability also to modify other people coming after her? In fact, we know that even Zeke was talking about this, of modifying the ability that Ymir has to modify the body structure of Yumiro no Tami, or to modify some characteristics. It's also thanks to this creature, because it's also because of the creature getting in touch with Ymir that Ymir is changing genetically speaking. So automatically, even Ymir, by creating her population later, is going to change, to modify, to have the ability to modify these descendants. I was thinking something like this too. And that's why, by using the Shiso power, she can modify the memories, modify maybe some physical characteristics, of Yumi Rotami, as much as even this bloodline was keep doing. That means erasing the memories, or anyway, if they could use the Shiso until 100 years before, they could modify. In fact, during that past that there was 600 years before the present time, we all know that, no, 640 or something, uh, the Yumi Runotami could have had their body modified in order to go against this epidemic. So epidemic, sorry. So of course this could happen until 100 years before, because from 100 years before there was the vow to go against the war. So even the royal bloodline couldn't use the Shiso power 100%. And this is interesting. This is really interesting. But this story makes me feel crazy. I mean, the more I think about it, the more, yes, this is what I want. Um, Again, let me go ahead. And as I was telling you, this transformation that Ymir has once she's getting in touch with this creature, um, create during the explosion a sort of the tree of paths that we see even now. Okay, and so it was that a sort of a premonition, that too, that a tree of paths would have been created after these. And in fact, look, the interesting thing is that even for the tree of the paths, okay, after Ymir dies and she's eaten, etc., you see three lines appearing. That is the three lines of the three daughters who inherited this power from her. But the trunk of the tree was already there. I mean, the trunk of that tree of paths was already there. So this means, and it was pretty wide. So it means that this creature had a great power, and it was living already for thousands years before, because definitely it was the trunk of that tree of paths is big. It's not like this and then throughout the years was extending. No, it was already like this. So it means that the existence of that creature was coming from thousands and thousands years before. Um, and then, while analyzing what's happening during the transformation, the first transformation of Ymir as a Shiso Titan, first of all, you see the birds flying on the opposite side once again. As much as I told you in the previous episode with Grisha that before attacking the royal blood in the race base, you see the birds flying on the opposite side. It means that something wrong is about to happen. Usually, birds are flying on the opposite side when there is something terrifying coming. Um, and then you see the real Eldians. I call them real Eldians because I'm making a distinction between Eldians before Yumiru no Tami and the Yumiru no Tami. The Yumiru no Tami are made by half Eldians and half Yumiru. Okay, and her power. So they are different. They are not the real Eldians. That means the tribe of Eldians that they were living before meeting her. And this is something different. I want to remark this. So these real aliens, or not Yumi Runotami, they were looking at this situation as if they were so frightened. They were shocked. And this is hilarious because these aliens looking at Ymir, who transformed into the Shiso, it reminds me the same feeling Eren, Mikasa, and Armin look like that when in episode 1 there was the Colossal for the first time in front of them. That means something threatening happening really soon to her. Something bad that is changing the world somehow. So even this parallelism with the different seasons and different scenes, it's so majestic. I really like that. And once again, it means human beings who are in front of something bigger, something that is terrifying them, something that is unknown. this fear of the unknown, that you can see it from the faces of the people who are watching in that moment. And then, yes, I told you so far everything about this tree and stuff like that. But after Ymir is transformed, you see that the tree is falling. So if you check it carefully, you see it. It's falling. So does this mean that, okay, that tree will never be used anymore, or will never grow anymore? Or does this mean that that is just that power for that tree? That means the Shiso power is starting from there. But maybe in the rest of the world, there are other trees with different powers, and other people can get in touch with them, maybe. Or nobody so far could get in touch with them already. Or, as I told you previously, maybe this is the core of everything, this is the tree of everything, the center of everything, and it means that even after, no matter if it fell, it can grow once again. So if something evil is inside there, something can grow still. Because the creature got in touch with Ymir, but was that the only creature over there? Is there another creature? Is there a community of those creatures underground, underwater? Never say never. Who knows? Um, okay, and then we see Ymir as the Shiso Titan. Something terrifying. I liked even her scream. This a representation of, yeah, a demon. She seems like a demon on Earth. And this is I mean, I feel so sad for Ymir because she didn't actually deserve any of this. uh, so now I wrote down some other things that I want to share with you. For example, this creature, by possessing Ymir's body, can control the world. I mean, that's what this creature wanted. This creature wanted a prey to find, to be found, and to use it for its own purpose. I mean, for the creature's own purpose, that means to destroy, to bring on Earth evil stuff. And in order to bring evil stuff on Earth, it needs a body. It needs a um, structure to represent itself as a body. So it's like a demonic possession, okay? When the devil, if you believe in the devil, but when the devil is possessing you, it takes control of your body. So your personality, your uh, way of thinking is erased because this is controlling you automatically. So you don't have a power to do anything because the creature is controlling you and not the contrary. So um, this creature that has also this ability to pass from one type of organism, that means a parasite or a creature anyway, to a human being. Wow. And this is scary because it makes you understand that this creature is so powerful. The fact that it can't transfer its power and it can't possess Ymir's power by giving her this power and being able to be transferred inside Ymir. This is wow, because it's I told you, the body structure of this creature has the same typical representation of the spinal fluid. So now Ymir's spinal fluid is the creature. I mean, the creature is becoming the spinal fluid of Ymir. And you know that the spinal fluid for a human being is something essential. You can't live without it. So, was this all a coincidence? or everything was already written. I mean, it was written that one day King Fritz was about to conquer Emir's country or Emir's village, and then Emir was supposed to become the slave. I mean, all these actions that happened before are just coincidence that took Emir to reach that tree, or it's just already written everything. As much as Eren is saying that the story is already written, but since when it's already written? Since the beginning, or just for the Eren's case? How this story will end is already written. Who knows? Um, Only Yumiru no Tami can transform into Titans later. So this means that it always depends on the first person that is going to get in touch with this creature. That then you can create a descendants based on this first person who touched the creature. That means if in the future or even in the past at this point, even before Ymir, there was another person sleeping down over there and being transformed into a Shiso Titan or another creature, that could create even Eldians. Okay, Eldians didn't have Titans before Ymir, but I'm just trying to let you understand that these populations of the world could have been created by the same way. Maybe not by transforming into Titans, but these creatures could have given other powers to these people. They could have become wilder, for example, like the aliens are, or they could have gained other characteristics. But what I'm saying is that if Yumiru no Tami was based on Ymir, because Ymir was the first person touching this creature, so later they are called Yumiru no Tami, it means that even this creature, by getting in touch with other people, he could create even, okay, I'm just giving you an stupid example, Arumi no Notami, okay, just to take one name, Gabi Notami. If Gabi was getting in touch with this creature instead of Ymir, the descendants after Gabi was called Gabi Notami. So these populations in the world, in the rest of the world, are created by the same way, thanks to these transparent, and the fact that it's transparent, you can't see it clearly. That's even scarier. And it's like the devil, because the devil is an entity. The devil you can't be seen. So Eren is not the devil. Once again, guys, try to use it, please. Eren is not the devil. The devil is something. It's an entity. It's not a human being. Eren is just the Akuma no Ko, the child of the devil. It means that the devil is somebody else. But yeah, that thing of the transparency, yeah, the devil is transparent. The devil can't be seen, can also can just be felt. Um, Okay, if we want to, we open a bracket. Even Grisha felt this voice from Eren, so Eren can be the demon. No, because that was just the Eren from the future. And Eren is still a human being. He has a body, he has a mind, he has a reason, he has a heart. He can't be a demon. I mean, he can't be the core of evil stuff. The core of evil stuff is somebody else or something else. He is just the descendants of the devil by being a Yumiru no Tami. Because Yumiru no Tami have all of these creatures inside themselves somehow. It's genetically speaking. Those info were transferred from Ymir to all his descendants. Um, okay, now Ymir goes back to the king. Many people were asking themselves, but look, now she has a great power like this. She can control everyone. She can become the queen, instead. I mean, she can become everything she wants because she can threaten other people because of this power. She can do this, she can do that, etc. But why she goes back to the king? Okay, so I give you multiple options. Then, of course, guys, it's up to you to believe in what you want. I'm not here to impose my ideas. I'm just sharing them with you. I'm just sharing my ideas with you, but these are ideas. Um, Now, okay, option number one. Maybe Ymir, by getting in touch with this power, she feels special. She feels that she's different from others. So maybe the king will appreciate her this time. Maybe she can be loved because of the power she gained. And you remember that Ymir really wanted to find love somehow, because when she was looking at that marriage scene, she was hoping one day to find maybe the love of her life, or she hoped to be loved. And you remember what Frida said to Historia, that in order to be a ladylike, like her, that means like Ymir, you have to be kind, be always ready to help others, being really helpful, and being loved by everyone. So Ymir is seeking for this. She seeks for being helpful for others. And now she belongs to that king because she was attacked, she was reduced as a slave, but she was living already over there. And as I was telling you before that pigs thing happened, she was already getting used to it, to live over there as a slave, as she was condemned already. So she thinks that her place to go back to, like the ending, it's there. That's the place she has to go back to. And now the difference is that she has this immense power. So she can be special. She can be maybe treated in a different way because of this huge power she has. And at the same time, now she knows that she can repay for the mistake she knows she didn't make, but she took the culprit. I mean, she took this guilt in order to save all the others with a great power. Now she can show the king that she can be useful this time, because before she was accused that the pigs went out because of her, that they escaped because of her. So she, even if she knew that she didn't do anything, she preferred to incorporate that lie and make it as if it was the truth, so she could save others. So she keeps believing that what she did was right, but at the same time, she was accused that the pigs went out. Now that she has this great power, she can go back to the king and say, look, I have this power, and I wanted to repay for the mistake that I made, accepting something that she didn't do, close the bracket. And this time, I repay this by helping you become so great. So I will be really useful for you. And at the same time, by doing this, maybe I can be loved by the king too. So I can reach that moment in which I saw that he was kissing a woman. Maybe he is going to kiss me, or he is going to love me by doing so. If I'm searching love for my entire existence, I hope that by being helpful, and this is a behavior of a slave, of course, okay? But by being helpful, I hope that I can be loved too. and maybe this time I can reach my freedom. Ymir's freedom is not something physically speaking. I mean, it's not just because you put her inside of a place that you think that she's not free. I think Ymir's freedom is happiness, or Ymir's freedom is stillness, love, and stuff like this. So maybe she wants to be helpful to the king in order to be loved too, because by being helpful, she's going to be appreciated and maybe she's going to be loved. Number two, option number two, anyway, by having this power, she still is in touch with that king and she can't get rid of it, of him, sorry. So it's like as if she's devoted to him. And just by being kind, she maybe thinks, okay, no, look, wait, I made a mistake about something, and maybe he was right, and that's why it was good that I was punished like this. I deserved a punished like this, maybe, because anyway, I am a slave, so I deserve to be treated like this. So let me go back to the king and tell him now that I accepted his will on me, and even more, by accepting this punishment he gave me, I still am devoted to him by showing him the huge power that I have, so I can make him become greater than before. Could be. Maybe she thinks, oh, actually, it's a thanks to him that I got this power. So, because it's because of him saying that she was a free, that she was a hit by behind her, and then she could reach the tree and she could reach the power. So anyway, it was like a sort of gratitude that she was paying to the king, because it's a thanks to the king that she could reach that power. So, oh, it's a thanks to him that I reached that power. So let me go back and thank him and tell him that the result is this. So I can be used and I can be helpful for others. So this was not a punishment. This was something great, maybe. I mean, it made me become great. That king is awesome. So let me go back to him and thank him and help him, because it was all thanks to him that this happened. Could be. Hmm. And maybe by having this power, number four, by having this power and coming back to the king, she thinks, oh, now instead of punishing me, he's going to praise me. He's going to give me an award for this great thing that I discovered. So the fact that I discovered this power and I was the one who discovered this, who became so powerful, maybe I can be the key for his greatness. So instead of punishing me like he did before, I go back and he will praise me. Maybe he will also love me. So this contrast between punishment and awardness, I mean, being praised, then in fact later she will be praised, but in the worst way. Okay. And then after some years, because there is this time skip, after some years, the king is saying, oh, you worked well, Ymir. My slave, Ymir. Ah, Ymir, Ymir. I feel so sorry for you. So, wow. What a freedom is this, huh? Hmm. You worked well. What does this mean? Maybe the fact that Ymir wanted to regain her dignity by working well instead of escaping from him and do her duty, because maybe she feels even guilty for the fact that she wanted to find the freedom and she wanted to hide inside of that tree because she wanted to escape from him by betraying him or the duty she was supposed to fulfill. That means being his slave. It could be. So she works well throughout the years. Why? Because she has to regain the dignity she lost, in her opinion, because of what happened, or because she still wants, she still hopes for the beauty of the world. And she still believes in that beauty of the world, that one day, instead of being a slave, instead of being punished, she will also be praised, she will also be loved. And also she worked well because she wanted to prove him that she could still survive, and that means that she could be so great for him, and she could be useful or helpful for this. And then throughout these next scenes, you see that she helped the king by building things, by raising his empire, that is the Eldian Empire. And she was building lots of stuff, etc., etc. And she is used once again, of course, because she is used just for the king's purposes only. Um, that means to extend Eldia, this immense empire, and by not receiving any gratitude. I mean, this king is not saying a thank you to her, not even once. He's just saying, "You worked well, my slave Ymir." That is not a thank you. It's just you did what you had to do. That's it. I don't have to thank you. I don't have to support you. I don't need to say any kind of words to you. You just deserve these few words, and it's already enough. Mm, this was hilarious because when Grisha was saying at that time, this is on 3 part 2, do you remember? With Grice and all the others, oh, Ymir built lots of bridges. She was the goddess who helped us to build this, and this, and this, as if these as if these Eldians were miracled by her presence, while it was totally the opposite. I mean, first of all, it was not an empire, but it was just a tribe. Okay, and this speaks for itself. Then she was not a goddess, but she was just a poor little girl who was forced to become a slave, even if she shouldn't be. She didn't choose the Eldian population. I mean, she didn't choose that empire, but she was forced to be part of it by being a slave. So Grisha, look, and she was used, and she was also not considered on the same level as them. Totally the opposite. Um, this makes you understand a really important thing: the value of the books, because Grisha, I told you many times that he was believing that what was written in the books was like a law. I mean, if it was written in the books, it means that it was real, that it really happened, right? But this confirms you that throughout the generations, this information were transformed. We go back to this genetically possibility to transform things, to make them seen in a different way. And this sadness that is surrounding these, because if you read a book, you're supposed to find the truth, right? But that was not the truth. That was just some info transmitted in the worst way by spreading a fake stuff, and people were believing this fake stuff and creating wars because of these fake stuff. So as you can see, this role that books have from both sides. Look, even in the case of Marley's side, that they were saying, "Oh no, look, we're attacked," la 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 la. And then we discover later that what Ymir is building now was used by Marley later. I mean, we are not in paradise, okay? We are on the other side of the ocean. So everything that Ymir is building right now was used by Marley later when they could conquer them, when they could win because of Heros. So Marley that is using the same buildings, the same bridges that Ymir built, but then they are going to condemn Ymir no Tami. I mean, then they are going to condemn the population of the person who helped building the places they are living now. Wow, don't you think? Um, so going back to what I was saying about the books and their role in this story, even the books that Grisha wrote, okay, have a great role. The book of Armin, in which it was written what's after the walls. And it was a very dangerous book, you have to remember this. But this book that Grisha was reading to all the others regarding Eldia, let's restore Eldia. Grisha wanted to restore Eldia, and he thought that them, as Yumiro no Tami, were Eldians. But once again, I want to say this: Eldians are not the Yumiro no Tami. They are half of the Yumiro no Tami. I mean, Yumiro no Tami are made by Eldians and Ymir. Okay, but these are Yumiro no Tami. But we have to consider Eldians, and the real Eldians were the tribe coming from King Fritz. We don't have to forget this difference, because this is really important. When Grisha is saying, "I wanted to restore Eldia," oh, Grisha, uh, you wanted to restore the tribe? You wanted to restore the King Fritz population before meeting Ymir? Because that's what are Eldians. That are the same aliens who used Ymir to attack Marley. But this is the huge difference. Marley is saying that aliens attacked Marley. Yes, but those aliens were not Yumiro no Tami. Those aliens were King Fritz and his warriors using Ymir as a weapon. That is different. So even what Marley was writing in those books is wrong, because Marley is condemning Yumiro no Tami now. But the Yumiro no Tami at that time didn't do anything because they were not even born. Or even if they are born later, because Maria, Rose, and Sina are born, but Yumiro no Tami starts from them, starts from Maria, Rose, and Sina. And until until Ymir is dead, Yumiro no Tami, they are not attacking Marley. Marley was attacked by King Fritz and his warriors, the same warriors as for the tribes that he had before meeting Ymir. That means Eldians. But what Marley is condemning now is Yumiro no Tami. There are two different things, if you think about it. And then, oh, look. We reached the moment in which the king is so great. No, he is so, no, grateful. No, he is so happy for himself because, of course, Ymir worked well. Ymir is a slave, and she did everything that has to be done. So the king is saying, "I'm going to praise you." And look, in that moment, I think Ymir was thinking, "Oh, He's not going to punish me this time. Okay, I worked well. I was kind enough. I was taking the guilt of something that I didn't do. I pay for it, and now he's going to praise me. Wow. Let's see what's the praise. Let's see what's the award for all this. He says, I'm going to give you my seed. This sentence, it's like as if a demon is talking. The same thing that I told you before for the creature in the tree. That even the creature in the tree has the head, let's call it head, like a sperm, like a seed. And King Fritz, wants to give the seed to Ymir. The perfect sentence said by the devil. And even when he says, you are going to be pregnant of my kids. The sentence said by the devil. Because King Fritz, if he's the devil, he is building as a devil his own dominion. As much as the devil, if you believe in the devil, in hell was creating his own dominion with all the legions of demons. The same. So, who's the demon here at this point? It's not Eren. I want to remark this. For all of you who think that Eren is the demon, no, Eren is the child of the devil. So the devil has to be somebody else. I want to open a bracket about something that is that I didn't write in the notes, but I'm thinking now after I told you all my stuff regarding this creature. When King Fritz is saying, okay, this is something stupid, but I'm just enjoying to say another option randomly. When King Fritz said, I'm going to give you my seed, can you imagine if Eldians were also getting in touch thousands of years before with a creature? And this creature passed from one to the other one, creating a descendants as much as Ymir was doing. And that the seed that he's talking about, it's not just his sperm, but it's also a part of that creature that was inside all of them as much as inside of all the Yumi no Tami. Wow. That would be crazy, okay? But when this king is talking, he seems as if he is the devil. And he is not a human being. Because even the attitude he's having, no facial expressions, no feelings. He's talking about the seed as if it's the seed of all evil stuff that is implanted in Ymir to create something evil and to create his legion of demons coming later. No remorse, no feelings, no gratitude, just evil stuff, just the slaughtering, just the killing, just the condemning, just the torturing. I mean, that's a perfect attitude of a demon, right? But that thing of the seed, as if The seed is the core of all evil stuff, and this seed has to be implanted inside of Ymir. That's the implantation of the sin, of the evil stuff, of something demonic. Um, and then she was used once again, of course, Ymir, I'm talking about Ymir. She was used to be, to be the weapon in order to destroy Marley. That means that she was used to conquer territories. And actually, she is used as a weapon as much as even in season 4, part 1, you see that the Yumiru no Tami that are living in Marley as honorific Marlians are used as weapons in order to win wars. So, Marley was, let's say, an eternal enemy of Eldia even before meeting Mimir. Because these tribe of Eldians and the King Fritz, they were trying to defeat Marley even before. They wanted to conquer it, and they were eternal enemies of them. So now I'm asking you one thing. I am opening a huge bracket, but please follow me because this is crazy, even crazier than ever. Ymir was not living in paradise, of course, because paradise comes many centuries later. So if Eldians at that time were the eternal enemies of Marley, and Eldians little by little is trying to conquer parts of that area, is it possible that Ymir was a Marlian? Because they were on the other side of the ocean and they were trying to defeat Marley every time. They tried to conquer lands from them as much as then. And they are winning, especially after Ymir turns into the Shiso. But before this, there were other battles. Someone was winning, some other time they were losing. It was going back and forth until Ymir has this great power and Marley is destroyed. Then we know that Marley, with the Great War happening later, they win. Later. So the village that was destroyed by Eldians, the village of Ymir that was destroyed by Eldians at the beginning of the episode, where was it? Was it in Marley? Was that part of Marley or not? Try to imagine if Ymir was a Marlian instead. She was caught. Her village that was part of Marley was destroyed. She was caught as a slave. And then she was used by Eldians until she reached that power, and she's still used by Eldians thanks to that power. But what if that woman, what if Ymir was a Marlian instead? If Ymir is a Marlian, at this point, at that time when she was caught as a slave, and then she finds this huge power, and then she is used to destroy Marley. Does this mean that she's going to destroy her same population? It could be. Try to imagine this. So does this mean that Ymir is turning into a traitor? It could be. If you say, Paradise was not existing still at that time. So everything was happening on the other side of the ocean. And you don't know the name of Emir's village. They don't even tell you if Emir's village was a part of Marley at that time. It was a part of the dominion of Marley at that time, while Eldia was trying to conquer it. We don't know. We don't know anything. But this can be also another option. And this can turn into something crazy because the story can change at this point. And later, when you see that there are lots of times in which Eldians are winning thanks to Emir's power, one of the flags, one of the flags that is burning has a shell. When I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, even if it's not the same, okay? But you see the shell even in season 3, part 2, when Armin is getting it. I mean, he's erasing it, that shell, right? As much as other shells. I think that you see other shells in that ocean scene, if I'm not wrong. Okay, I didn't check it carefully, so maybe I'm saying something stupid, but definitely there is the shell that Armin took the moment in which they were getting in touch with the ocean. It was like if we put these, like if we put it like this, it means that thanks to that shell, it was a premonition that on the other side of the ocean there was Marley. I mean, something crazy. Or maybe that the shell represents that was underwater. Uh, can represent also the fact that Marley was destroyed at that time. Yeah, in fact, that they were conquered. They were losing many thousands and thousands of years before. But does this mean that the shell is the representing on that flag is the logo of Marley, because at that time, of course, aliens were against them. And then you see, now I am analyzing all the scenes you see while they are conquering, I mean, while they are defeating Marley over and over again. Then you see Marlian's head, that it's like one of the big triumphs of Eldia, because they were assassinating them, they were killing them, and they were winning. And you see this disgusting scene in which every time she is helping them to conquer Marley more and more and more, the way to praise her is to have a baby. The fact that that her uterus is used to create his descendants, that is having even this power somehow genetically speaking, because Ymir and the King Fritz are unifying themselves in order to create this Yumi no Tami, this family tree. Once again, the tree, you understand, and that's why the tree of the paths is a tree, because it's like the descendants of the family tree. Okay. um but yeah, Ymir that is used once again, and her own body is used as if she's molested, she's violated, because she has to grow these kids that she's having from him. And I really hope that Ymir doesn't think that that's love, because that's not. The love that she saw at the beginning of the episode, in which the king was kissing that woman and stuff like that, and everything was surrounded by these petals falling from the sky. That was an idyllic scene, but that was not love. Okay, I mean, I hope that Ymir has a concept of love that goes beyond all this, because the fact that she's being used for others, for other purposes, and she even her body uh, is becoming a tool. Okay, this is simply disgusting. Mm, and then another thing you see is that she is uh, she while she's next to him, I mean, he is on top of his horse, and at the same time she is down over there next to him walking. This is the worst representation of superiority and inferiority. The the way in which they are representing the slave and the owner, the slave and the master, the slave that has to go, that has to stay always on top of the slaves, that can look everything from up, as much as Zeke did with Eren in episode one of this part two of season four of Shingeki no Kyojin. Do you remember? He was on top of the walls over there, looking down while Eren was walking like this. Okay, this disgusting way to represent this royal blood line, even in this way. But even Ymir, who is walking next to him, accepting once again this behavior she's having by this king that is not a king, that is everything except for a king, with the moral values, I'm saying. Um, and Ymir, who is walking, who is used as a tool, who's used as a weapon, who's just violated to be used in order to create the Yumiro no Tami. Look, and another thing that I want to remark is that there's a scene in which they are coming back and they are trying. I mean, they are not happy, but they are winning because the King Fritz has this head on top of this pole he has while he's marching with his horse. Oh, look at this! Reminds me of the moment in which the Chosa Hedan was coming back every time, and especially in the latest seasons, they were coming back a triumph, making it as a triumph because they were winning. Okay, and once again. This is another connection with this fate or destiny that this Yumiro no Tami has throughout the years and years. That was so crazy. This way to create these mirrored sentence, mirrored, sorry, views and scenes that can mean so many things. Uh, oh, and then another scene, okay? The scene in which Ymir is pregnant, and you see she's pregnant of the um, her second baby, if I'm not right, if I'm not wrong, or it's the first one. No, I think that's the second one already. That is the same way in which we see Historia later when she is pregnant. Oh, what the F. Once again, a blonde hair girl who is used to be pregnant to create other kids, and thanks to that she will be eaten too. I mean, that's what Historia was told to do. I mean, she was told, who was the one telling this to Historia? I mean, who was the one who was creating this plan for Historia to create a descendants, to be eaten, to inherit, to go ahead, I mean, to inherit the Beast Titan, so that she could go ahead with these bloodline, royal bloodliners, so she could be useful to Eren. Zeke. Who is Zeke? Zeke is the royal bloodline, and this makes you understand how much I don't like Zeke. As much as I don't like King Fritz for the same thing, I don't like Zeke because by having this plan of cursing Historia forever. And you see the same scene in which even Historia's eyes are losing the brightness, are losing this will of living, because she is taken away as much as Ymir from her bucolic scenario, from the moment in which Historia was really happy. She's taken away from that context, and she is forced to be pregnant, to create a descendants, to be eaten by her kids, and over and over again. So if you see, I don't remember if you see these scenes of Historia in what season in particular. If it was a season three, part one, or if it was when she was young, when we understand the background story of Historia. But you see that even in Historia, no, maybe it was later, after she became the queen. Okay, yeah, I think in season three, part one. Anyway, she is as a queen. She is wearing these common people's clothes. I mean, she's now wearing the clothes of a queen, etc., etc., and she is back to her uh, to this bucolic scenario. I mean, she is in the countryside and she's working over there. Look, she is grabbing the same basket full of water that Ymir was carrying since the beginning. Did you notice that? I mean, Historia is just I don't want to say a reincarnation of Ymir, because physically speaking, she's the same. But you see that she's also doing the same stuff. And the fact that even for Historia is repeating the same sort of thing, and even Historia is losing herself because of others, because she's used by others. Even her eyes are turning sadder and sadder. Even her expression, facial expression that you see in season 4 part 1, makes you understand how slave she became, slave of this project to go ahead with the royal blood, because the royal blood has to go on, as much as King Fritz said when Ymir was eaten. In the name of the Eldians, you have to eat all of it, because this empire and this Eldians domination has to go ahead over and over again. As much as they forced Historia to be pregnant, so the descendants had to go on. Disgusting. And Historia, by doing this, has another thing in common with Ymir, unfortunately, that is being so kind to do so, being so kind to erase her own personality and her own dreams, herself entirely, for the sake of others. And the fact that Historia did this for the love of everyone, for being helpful for Paradise, and by doing this, she's losing her freedom. Freedom, that means not the freedom because she was not free or she was the queen, but she's losing the freedom to dream another way to be happy, another way to be loved, another way to. The same as Ymir. Ymir saw the marriage between the king and that woman, and she was dreaming about how love is beautiful and brings happiness. But then she is used. I mean, they are using her uterus to create kids, but that's not love. She is not even feeling anything. I mean, when she is hugging her kids, her facial expression is nothing, as if she's indifferent, as if she's not feeling anything. Because how can you feel something when you were used throughout all these times? How can you love when you are not loved? I mean, how can you love if you don't know what's the real love? It's impossible. If they instructed you in this way, you will never discover what real love is. And Historia is having the same destiny because Historia was getting pregnant thanks to that farmer. She didn't love, but she was used. So Historia will never know what's real love. Or maybe at this point, I'm pretty sure she will survive. And I hope for her that she will have babies in the future by loving for real and not because she has to be forced to make love and to create, I mean, to have sex actually, and create these kids later without love. So, Historia, that's why I tell you that Historia can be the reincarnation of Ymir because she is the same. I mean, she's definitely the same. And this is why it makes me feel really sad because Historia, maybe she's convinced that that's the good thing to do, and you all know this. Also, because she was instructed this by Frida. Frida told her, "Look, let's be a lady like her, behave like her for the sake of others." So she took these words for granted. And in fact, the Historia is doing this for the sake of others, to be helpful for others, to be loved by all her population in Paradise, and to help them surviving, even if she has to sacrifice herself. The same thing that happened to Ymir, the same. Even Historia is a slave, and Historia is not just the royal blood descendant, but she is a Yumiru no Tami, and her destiny is already cursed, is already decided. Until somebody is going to stop all this, her destiny and all the destiny of all the people coming later will already be decided, enforced, decided, cursed, and whatsoever. So look, this is why uh, I think that this story is a masterpiece because you see that it's going over and over again. It's repeating scenes and scenes and scenes that you have already seen before, but they make sense because this is a loop that keeps going on. Um, and another thing I want to say is that I feel so sorry for Historia because at the beginning in season 3, part 1, even by becoming the queen, she was demonstrating that she could have been a different queen because she was preferring truth instead of ignorance. She preferred to pay attention on her population and care about them, love them, being surrounded by them instead of creating this supremacy role or hierarchy that was definitely visible. I mean, as I was telling you, Historia was wearing common clothes instead of these pompous clothes of a queen. Okay, for the incoronation, yes, but for the rest of her existence, she didn't want to wear clothes as if she was a noble one. She preferred to stay surrounded by common people, and that was making a great difference. But later, she was forced to be pregnant to follow even this Zeke's plan. That Zeke's plan was to transferring the beast titan into her in the case to fulfill this because even Zeke's term of life was almost ending. Okay, so in order to protect the paradise, they had to create other kids based from the bloodline. So if there was the chance later to help Eren to touch the royal blood, they could do it. Was that Zeke who forced her to be pregnant because of this plan? Zeke and his plan, of course. Or it was Eren demanding her to be pregnant and
do this for the sake of what's coming next. But anyway, no matter who did that, Historia is Ymir Part 2. And this was a pretty disgusting, yes. Um, so the first, no, sorry, yes. So Ymir is pregnant, and she was pregnant of her first child. As much as Historia is pregnant with her first child. So this way of representing Ymir like Historia in that moment that she's sitting on her bench outside, it was pretty crazy. And you see that after her seeing as if after that representation of Ymir while she's pregnant, behind her there are these soldiers already in line queuing. That makes you understand that another battle will start really soon. And in fact, after she gives birth to Maria, Maria, and I mean, what name they could choose for this Maria? Okay, but anyway, after she could give birth, she had to be ready to go to battle once again. But when the first daughter of Ibir, Maria, was born, and they are giving this baby to her, she is looking at her, but she's not making any sort of expression, as if she's not feeling anything for this kid. I want to say this, of course, because she was used to do to reproduce it. I mean, she was forced to make this child, but it was not an instinct of love. It was just a sex. So, of course, she can't have a mother instinct to her because to Maria or to Rose to Sina, and even if she's hugging them, you see from her face that she's not feeling anything. This is pretty sad. And I hope that for Historia, things will be different. I hope that when she will give birth to her child, mm, she will not be like her. I hope that Historia will make a difference by let those kids or the kid she will have all the love they deserve, because it's not their fault. I mean, it's not the children's fault, and she doesn't have to transmit all her bad feelings to the children she's going to have. She has to make a difference in that way too. Um, and then another transformation of Ymir against Marley. So this makes you understand that if she was behaving well, that means if she was able to defeat Marley and she was ready to help Eldians by doing this, the king was rewarding her letting letting her having a child, as if the child is the award, the prize, something crazy. Okay. Mm, and once again, every time Ymir is working well as a pure slave, she is receiving this award as a feedback. But this is something crazy because this King Fritz, mm, you see that even this King Fritz is not feeling anything for her kids, for his kids, nothing. They are just there for a purpose to enlarge the dominion of Eldians that became Ymir no Tami, and to create this huge dominion that is never ending. Um, so, these Ymir no Tami, if you think about them, they were all born from people who didn't love. I mean, from all people who had just a purpose to do something like this, and not because they were really loving the partner. I mean, Yumiru Ymir was having kids by King Fritz, but both of them they didn't have great feelings for one another, for each other. Sorry, and they didn't have any feelings for the kids too. So these descendants, these Ymir no Tami, they are also all born with the instinct of not loving as a descendants of feelings too. And as we all know, that this thing had to pass from generation to generation, when the previous generation had to be eaten by the second one. I mean, these descendants is created by no feelings, by just purposes only. And that's why even the concept of love is missing here. Because how can you, who are supposed to love, eat your parents? This is something that is, of course, not love. So, if an entire population is born with that, you can't even blame Eren, who has these murder instincts. You can't blame him because he is descending from two people 2000 years ago before who couldn't feel anything for the person after them. Do you understand what I mean? King Fritz didn't feel anything for his children. Ymir couldn't feel anything for her children too because she was forced to have them. It was not a matter of love. So you can't blame Eren because Eren is a result of his descendants. And Eren too is a Ymir no Tami. That means he is descending from Ymir, and he is descending also from King Fritz. Two people who created a descendants based on no feelings. So how can Eren have no? How can Eren have feelings for the rest of the world in this moment? If he is descending from King Fritz and Ymir, who had those attitudes, how can you expect that Eren is? Yeah, I'm going to feel everything. Suddenly, yeah, he is descending from them, and those generations coming one after the other one had no feelings. Eren, in this case, after 2000 years, can, on the other side, develop some relationships. But 2000 years passed, not one, 2000. And Eren is now able somehow to create bonds, to feel something for somebody, and to discover the beauty of the world, because for the 80% of his existence and the existence of the previous generations till 2000 years before, the world was mainly cruel. There was no beauty of the world. But now, the more we go on, as much as Ymir discovered that flower, etc., 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 even Eren discovers that there is the beauty of the world, that is Mikasa and Armin and all the others. But in order to preserve this beauty of the world, he has to erase what created the cruel world from his perspective. And of course, Paradise has to be saved. Because it's thanks to the rest of the world, Eldians included, not Ymir no Tami, Eldians. That means King Fritz and his tribe, blah, blah, blah. And King Fritz and his tribe were living on the other side of the ocean. That is what is now the rest of the world. So Eren, by doing this, wants to save Ymir no Tami, Dake, only the Ymir no Tami. That means the rest of the world includes Marley, the people who were maybe descending even a little bit from the main tribe of Eldians of King Fritz, and all the others in his opinion, have to be erased from Earth because these Yumiru no Tami were cursed because of all the rest of the world. King Fritz and his tribe, the warriors who were descending from King Fritz and they were uh, followers of King Fritz, because you don't have to see just a King Fritz as an Eldian. Even the warriors who are following King Fritz, maybe they could have had a family later with other women, creating other Eldians, always on the other side of the ocean. So it's considered the rest of the world. Until we reach the moment in which the new King Fritz, 100 years before, decides to move to Paradise, all the others were in the rest of the world, right? So you don't have to confuse these things. Otherwise, you make a mistake, in my opinion. Anyway, going back to the other transformation of Ymir against Marley. I mean, Ymir is threatened because she is said, if you behave well and if you let me win against Marley, I give you another kid. Otherwise, no. She is threatened. And maybe she was doing what the king was saying at that time because she was scared of the punishment. Remember this. Ymir saw that when she was doing something bad, even if she was not the culprit, that the thing of the pigs, close the bracket, but if something bad was happening and she was resulting as the culprit, there was a punishment coming. So maybe she was thinking, maybe Ymir was also slave of her own feelings or of her own thoughts, because she maybe was thinking, okay, if I behave wrong right now, I can receive a punishment. But now that I have the first kid, does this mean that if the king wants to punish me, he is going to kill our first child? Maybe she could think something like that. So she was also forced to behave well because she was afraid of the punishment that she could deserve in the case that she was not working well. And once again, that meant sacrifice herself for the sake of others. That could be even the sake of her first child, because she never knew what the punishment would have been. It could have been on her, but it could have been even on the child. Never say never. So, in order to prevent all these, it's better if I follow what the king says and I'm going to defeat Marley. It's better. So, her feelings, Ymir's feelings, don't matter anything. She is just a tool. She is just a weapon. The same thing that is happening to the Yumiru no Tami who are living in Marley. Used as weapons, no feelings, always brainwashed, etc., etc., etc. If you, King Fritz, are convincing me, Ymir, that if I do something wrong, I'm going to be punished, I will not do it. I'm forced I'm forcing myself not to do it, especially if it's involved in the first child that I have. I'm afraid. So I'm forced to follow these. I'm brainwashed by this idea. That is another leitmotif of the destiny. That is that the Yumiru no Tami is having in for 2,000 years. To be brainwashed that those are the devils. You have to believe that those are the devils. Those are the devils. And in fact, the honorific Marlians, they were believing something like this at the end of the day, right? Until they saw the contrary. But this way to brainwash, this way to submit your feelings because of others and being used as weapons, we see it even after 2,000 years. So nothing is changing. That was like Grisha and all the others, or all the Yumiru no Tami who were living in Liberio, that they had to wear the armband, They had to behave well, otherwise they were going to send to paradise. That means the fear, that means the fact that it was better to behave well, to find a behavior that was not creating any punishment. That is the same thing Ymir is doing right now. The fear of the punishment. And if this means that I have to lie to myself, let's do it because I'm still afraid of the punishment that can regard me or can regard the rest of the population or even my first kid that is there, Maria. So, and at that time, when Marley is saying, if you don't behave well, you go to paradise, that moment was a way um, to avenge all the Marleyan people who lost many, many thousands of years before, of course. But they were using the same treatment, they were using the same behavior that Ymir had by King Fritz. So these Yumiro no Tami, they are cursed because of what happened 2,000 years before. And in fact, Ymir was cursed or was obliged. I mean, she had to obey because she was afraid of the punishment. As much as the Yumiro no Tami in Liberio, they are afraid of the punishment, they are forced to obey and they are forced to behave well. Otherwise, Marley is going to send them to paradise. And in fact, in paradise, they are all Yumiro no Tami. And Yumiro no Tami, they were all living in paradise. They were afraid because they saw these titans coming one day, and those titans were the same of them. They were other Yumiro no Tami. But at that time, they saw them as enemies, and they saw them as something fearful, something as a punishment. In fact, Paradise was always attacked because Marley wanted to avenge what happened 2,000 years before by transforming Yumi no Tami, trying to destroy other Yumi no Tami. And now Marley, in that moment in season, I mean, in the present time we are now, they were using Yumi no Tami because it was something funny to watch. It was something entertaining. And this is hilarious because it's like how Eldians, King Fritz tribe, was behaving with Ymir, who is she's the founder of Yumiro no Tami. And these Yumiro no Tami were sent to other Yumiro no Tami in paradise as a punishment for something Marley thinks they did. But we have to remember one thing. 2,000 years before, when Marley was attacked, Marley was attacked by Ymir. That, yes, she was the founder of Yumiro no Tami. And of course, Yumiro as a founder, Marley is seeing them as the descendants of the devil. That's why they are called the devils. But at that time when they were attacked, the Marleyans, they were attacked by Ymir. So why the Yumiro no Tami have to pay for all this? It was Ymir. It was not her descendants. Plus, it was King Fritz. It was Eldians. And I want to repeat you this. Yumiro no Tami are made by Eldians and Ymir. But they are not the same Eldians that attacked that time Marleyans. At that time, Yumiro no Tami was not existing even. Okay, Maria was existing, but she was not doing anything. Maria was a baby girl. Those were Eldians. That means the tribe of King Fritz. And they were also using Ymir. But Marley is taking everything all together. Oh, you are aliens. Okay, no, it means you are Yumi no Tami. It means that 2,000 years before. No. Wait. It's a huge difference. But Marley, once again, tricked by the books and everything that was explained, they thought that that was the case. But these Yumi no Tami that are living in the present time, even if they descend from Ymir and King Fritz together, they didn't do anything. The Yumi no Tami living in paradise, that is 2,000 years after, didn't do anything. But on the contrary, I wanted to remark this all over again. The rest of the world is still condemning these paradise people because they all think that they are devils. And listen, it's not just the aliens in Marley that are thinking something like this. All people throughout the world, no matter if they are women, I don't understand when the people in the comments are saying, but women are innocent, poor women. Karina was innocent by spreading all this stuff. She was a Yumi no Tami. But except for Karina, all the people living who are not Yumi no Tami, and they live in the rest of the world, all the women living in the rest of the world who are not Yumi no Tami, do you think that they are innocent? For what? For spreading the fact that in paradise there are devils that has to be exterminated? What kind of innocence is this? And I understand when you say, hey, but what about the kids? They are innocent. Yes. The kids of the rest of the world, except for the Yumi no Tami living in Marle, they are innocent now. But when they grow up, they become adults, and they are by being 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, they start listening what the adults are telling them. That means the same thing. Paradise, in paradise, there are devils that have to be exterminated. Please remember this, remember this, remember this. So these kids are innocent if they are baby girls or baby boys, infants. If they are infants, I can understand you. Yes, they are innocent. But they are innocent now. But if these kids, these infants are growing and they become adults, they are still influenced by all the thoughts of the rest of the world against the paradise or against the Yumi no Tami. And this doesn't make them feel innocent. So when you say that the rest of the world is innocent, no, because it's not just the government of Marley and the aliens that they wanted to make in Marley with all the power, with all the governments of the rest of the world. Not just those few people are culprit. All the people also who believe them are culprits. And this is not a brainwashing thing, because they are not Yumi no Tami living in Marle, brainwashed by thinking that if they live in Marle, they are safe, and if they go to paradise. No, I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about the Yumi no Tami living in Marle. I'm talking about the rest of the world. And the rest of the world agrees with by sending these people to create the aliens in Marley to destroy paradise. So how can they be innocent? I'm not talking about the infants right now, because I already explained you what I said before. If we check the infants being born in the present time, yes, they are still innocent, and it's a crime, and it's something disgusting. But when you say, oh, even the women are innocent, why? The women outside of Marley, the women in the rest of the world, and the Marleyan women who are not Yumi Runotami, why do you think they are innocent? They are the first ones who believe that Paradise and all Yumi Runotami has to stay confined because they are the devils. So how can they be innocent? No, no, no. But anyway, Marley, as I was saying, that Marley, who is Marlians who are transforming these Yumi no Tami to reach the walls of a paradise, who inside the in which inside there are other Yumi no Tami. Marley, who wants to avenge everything that happened 2,000 years before by putting Yumi no Tami versus Yumi no Tami. I mean, in fact, later in season two and season three, part one, we discovered that no, season three, part one, season three, part two, we discovered that these titans who were coming to destroy Paradise and all the walls were Yumiro no Tami. That means the same things that they are. Wow, crazy. And in fact, Marley, with by years, thousands of years, is understanding by checking what happened in front of their eyes, because at that time 2,000 years before, they were attacked by Eldians who were having a great weapon, and this great weapon was Ymir, was the Shisono Kyojin. So throughout the centuries, throughout the thousands of years, Marley is developing even this thought. Oh, wait a second. At that time, Eldians, they were using a weapon that means a titan. So let's do the same. Let's use Yumiru no Tami as much as Ymir was used by Eldians. But we Marlians, let's use them too, so we can create them as weapons for us, and it's guaranteed that we are going to win against the Paradise, because we are going to use the same style. I mean, the same style of what we know from the past. And then, in fact, even in that case, Marley is repeating the same thing that King Fritz was doing with Ymir. The same. Now I explain you why. Because with the excuse of a freedom, because Ymir, after she gains this power, she's becoming a little bit special. She's not the same slave as before, right? So let's say that it's a sort of freedom from that slavery to another one, yes. But from Ymir's point of view, King Fritz listened to me. He listened and he knew that I have this great power and I can be helpful. So I'm turning no more into the slave as before. I'm treated in a different way. I'm also the same girl who's going to, the same woman that is going to let him have kids. So I am not the slave as before. Even if, yes, you're still a slave, close the bracket, but it's like as if it's another level of slavery, okay? More special than before. So that condition for her is a sort of freedom from that slavery she had before. Marley is doing the same thing that King Fritz is doing. That means I am telling these honorific Marlians, who are Yumiru no Tami, I use this excuse of a freedom with them. That means that by becoming honorific Marlians and by devoted themselves to Marley, their families will be saved. So I use this principle to send them to war as Yumiru no Tami, and in the form of titans, to destroy all the other Yumi no Tami, so that these honorific Marlians, they think that they are more special than what they are, but no, actually they are still slaves. Do you understand what I mean? Marley is behaving the same as aliens. Aliens, I mean aliens, the tribe of King Fritz, eh? The same. So maybe by understanding this, you understand also why Yumiro no Tami should be at the end of this story the chosen population. Marley treated them as slaves. Eldians, the tribe of King Fritz and all his followers, treated them as slaves. This condition of slavery went on 2,000 years because of the rest of the world. It can be Marlians, it can be Eldians, Eldians, a tribe of King Fritz. It can be non-Marlians. The rest of the world was putting into a slavery these Yumiro no Tami. It's not just a paradise. Even the honorific Marlians and the Yumiro no Tami living in Liberio, anyway, they are Yumiro no Tami and they are treated as slaves who have to be confined, who have to follow the rules, you have to behave well and work well, who have to put the armband, who have to go to war to honor Marley. That is the same thing that Ymir was going to war against Marley to honor King Fritz. The same. So this is why at the end of this story, Yumiro no Tami has to survive instead of the rest of the world. Because this slavery for 2,000 years without stopping, because even now Marley is treating Yumiro no Tami in the same way. So it's not that just 2,000 years ago did something like this happened and then for 2,000 years later, till 2,000 years later, everything stopped. No. The rest of the world is treating Yumiro no Tami for 2,000 years ago, for 2,000 years, the same. That means slaves. So, Yumiro no Tami is the chosen population that has to pass from slavery to freedom by erasing all the reasons why they are slaves. So that means the rest of the world in general. Otherwise, the risk is that Yumiro no Tami will never end their slavery. That's why they are called the chosen population. Oh, come on, it's like the Bible, okay? That even Hebrew were chosen as the population of Jesus Christ. I mean, the population of God. Sorry, not Jesus Christ, because he came later. The population of God, the chosen one. But I will tell you this later for other connections. So it makes sense. From Yumiro no Tami point of view, or from Eren's point of view, it makes sense. Especially after he saw all the background story of Ymir by touching her. It makes sense for him. And when Marley now is using the same treatment to this Yumiro no Tami, it's the curse repeating over and over again, because these Yumiro no Tami that they are living now, they were not there 2,000 years before when Marley was defeated. So why do they have to receive this treatment? And at the same time, all the people who descend from Ymir are cursed to have the same behavior forever, for eternity. So let's interrupt this eternity. And in fact, later you see that Eren, while there is this word eternit, he is going to stop over there. He is interrupting that specific word for a reason. And this search for this fake freedom that is taking every time human beings to be able to do even the worst crimes ever. Look at Marley, okay? They want to avenge what happened 2,000 years before, or even 100 years before, with the war, with the new King Fritz who decided to put everyone in paradise, okay? But they wanted to avenge all this situation by committing the worst things ever because it was they were having fun. Human beings are the worst. And you see that human beings, when they are in front of injustice, they can even transform themselves into devils or demons to commit the worst things ever to reach their concept of freedom. And even Eren, it's like this. I mean, Eren will condemn lots of millions of lives. Yes, with the rumbling, of course. It will be like this. But the reason, the intention is a little bit deeper than just, oh, look, you killed my mother and then I'm going to destroy the world. Or you killed this in the forest, so I'm going to. No, it's not just that. The deeper reason why Eren is doing this is, first of all, because he saw the memories from the past of Ymir by touching her, and he saw his story. He saw when and how this slavery procedure started, how and how much this curse of slavery is perpetrated from the rest of the world for 2,000 years. So Eren's purpose is not just his freedom. Eren's purpose is to let all the Yumiru no Tami, in this case, even the Yumiru no Tami that they were working for Marley, because they are still Yumiru no Tami, who were treated as slaves by others, to let them free from this slavery of 2,000 years. Because this doesn't regard Marley only. This regards the rest of the world. Totally. Included even the King Fritz tribe and all the descendants coming from the followers of King Fritz. Because I want to repeat you this. All the warriors you see that are commanded by King Fritz, it's not obvious that they married with a Yumiru no Tami. They could marry even with another person coming from the rest of the world. So we are not talking about Marley only. Yumiru no Tami were reduced as slaves by everybody for 2,000 years straight. There was not even 1 year in which you see that Yumiru no Tami are considered as great. No, they are always considered as slaves. Full stop. So you have to understand what Eren is doing. That is also biblical. I mean, it's coming from the Bible. Even in the Bible, there was a chosen population that came out of slavery. So you have to go deeper in this story. You don't have to follow your instincts just by saying, oh, but he's going to kill millions of people. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he will do that. But it's the result. Eren, will be the reincarnation of all the pain Ymir felt, of 2,000 years of slavery. And he is going to explode. Of course. It's not just something that happened to Paradis just for 100 years. That, look, even if it was just for 100 years, it was pretty disgusting, okay? It's not the number of the years that matters. It's the intention. It's the way in which other human beings want to prevail on others by making other people becoming slaves. That is the worst thing. Okay, the second kid of Ymir is born, Rose. Rose, flower, the same petals that were falling down when she saw the king and the woman kissing. As much as Maria, come on. I don't even want to say it, but okay. She keeps working for the king. She is going to obey all the orders. And I wanted to tell you this, it's not because Ymir is coward. It's because she is afraid of the punishment. And now that she has two kids instead of one, the punishment can be even more cruel. So it's better if I go ahead with what the king has to say to me. Because if this means sacrificing myself in order to protect others, oh, I remember these words. Let's do it. Let's do it. And even the fact that by going back to the definition of ladylike, to behave like a ladylike, from the perspective of Ymir, if I keep going on behaving in the best way, it means that I reached this moment because I was chosen. King Fritz is choosing her. So this means that maybe in Ymir's point of view, she's still feeling special because she can help others, she can be useful, she can be loved by everyone, she can be loved by the king, used by the king, okay? And she feels that she's special also because she has this immense power, the immense power to change things, something that she didn't have before because she couldn't have it. She was just a little girl. She was just, look, for all the people who are saying, Ma, look, about all the poor kids who are going to be condemned because of what Eren is doing. Oh, we started this story from a baby girl who was massacred, treated as a slave, and it was a baby girl. She was innocent, and all her population coming after her was treated like this. So who is more innocent here? I don't know. At this point, I don't know. You decide. But just saying. So Ymir is used manually speaking because she has to transform into a titan. She's used physically speaking because she has to be the mother of these children, even if she has never asked to. I mean, she just have to follow the orders of the king. And she's also used mentally speaking because she is threatened. She's forced to do all these things, otherwise maybe a punishment is coming, as much as it happened for the pigs. So, as you can see. And this is what happened even to the rest of the Yumiro no Tami, because they were manually tortured or manually used because they were turned into titans. They were physically used, not just because they turned into titans, but because they were also sent to wars where they could have been killed. And they were used psychologically speaking, mentally speaking, because especially the Yumiro no Tami living In Marley, they were brainwashed to do things that they couldn't even realize with their own eyes. They were just following. So see, Yumiro no Tami is condemned forever in the same ways, no matter the circumstances. The Yumiro no Tami living in paradise, they were used as a pleasure for all the others living on the other side of the world. Because the more they were tortured, the more the rest of the world, yeah, we did it, we killed them, yeah, omoshiroine. Oh, and you still believe that the people in the rest of the world, they are innocent. Wake up, please. And this doesn't regards Marley only, because when Willy Taiba was unifying people in Liberio, they were coming from the rest of the world. And all the people were listening to what Willy Taiba was saying. So they are all guilty because of this. Not just in that moment, but for 2000 years. I mean, in that moment with Willy Taiba, they were just admitting, they were just confirming how guilty they are. But that didn't happen that moment only. Otherwise, Paradise would have not been confined. I mean, Yumiro no Tami, they were not confined in Paradise 100 years before. And even with all the descendants of Ymir, that they were cursed, slave, treated in the worst way, etc., etc., etc. For 2000, for the rest of the 1,900 years. Oh, and then when you see, sometimes you see some frames in between. I mean, while Ymir is pregnant, and between one pregnancy and the other one, you see some frames. For example, you see even the streets that they are building. Look, that when they show us the street that is building while between the second pregnancy of Ymir and the third one, that street reminded me the same street that they are trying to build in season 4 part 1, when they get the skills because the Paradise people were too ignorant that they couldn't build these streets, these bridges, these ferry, these railways and stuff like that. So I'm thinking Paradise people, they lost their technology because of course their memories were erased. But if they only could regain those memories, Paradise was even more technological than the rest of the world because, of course, they are Yumiro no Tami, and we all know that Yumiro had a great skill to build this, to build that, to build that. So the way in which they were discriminated and in which ignorance was promoted for them because they were not good enough. They were not on the same level. They didn't have enough dignity to have all this knowledge. Oh, all this is discrimination, racism. This non-evolution that is spreading Paradise on purpose because of this royal F bloodline who is erasing their memories, so they can't advance. And no, we have to be attacked because we have to pay for what happened 2,000 years before. No. So, but this makes you understand that if only they could have their memories back, they could have been so strong. Because by being the descendants of Ymir, they could create something great. But this technology was stolen. Technology or knowledge was stolen by the rest of the world. So they were also stolen by, I mean, by other people from their own knowledge that Ymir had, and it could have been spread generation after generation. The rest of the world was stealing things from them. Marley is living in the same buildings that Ymir built. Ymir contributed to build all the things in Marley, and this is how she was repaid. Think about that. But Paradise comes after. When you see that this King Fritz is extending his dominion, and Ymir is building the temple, he's building the temple, the palace. These are all places that now you find in Marle. So Ymir built everything in Marle, and then she was treated as a slave. And then her population was treated as a slave. It was confined into 3 walls. They had not to prevent the attacks, but just accept them. They lost even their knowledge, because the rest of the world at this point was really envious of all this knowledge that Ymir no Tami had, because they were pretty intelligent. They could build the streets, bridges, everything. And then when Azumabito and all the others are coming and they say, look, we are going to grant you some of the knowledge we know from the other side of the ocean, so you can be on the same level, more or less. Oh, that knowledge was our knowledge since the beginning. Now it seems as if the people coming outside of the world, they are giving us a favor to increase our knowledge. No, it's just because we have our memories erased. That's it. But that knowledge comes from Ymir no Tami, not from them. They were just using it. But it was not coming from them. So, come on. We have to be honest here. And in the meantime, Ymir continues to conquer pieces and pieces of Marley, because she is the tool, the weapon of King Fritz. And she's having the 3rd baby, Sina. And the king, yes, while there is this new birth, the king in the meantime is becoming even more powerful. He is extending his dominion, that he will call it Eldia. And Grisha, you wanted to restore Eldia. That's why, of course, Eren doesn't want to do so, because Eldia brings us back bad memories, let me tell you. But okay. And Ymir keeps thinking that she feels so useful, because, of course, it's thanks to her that the king reaches that level. So she also maybe can feel proud of her because of this. And she's proud of the fact that she can keep behaving well by honoring this king, by devoting herself to him, and because this is how it should be. And she knows that she completed her duty, because her duty was to behave well, to receive an award, I mean, a prize, that means a baby, or to have sex with the king. That was the prize. Maybe because the king was simply disgusting. So, okay. And this crown that King Fritz is having now, because he is putting on his regal clothes, and you see his face that he is so proud, etc., etc. But this crown that is on top of his head was possible because he killed lots of millions of lives to gain this power he had at that time. He started, do you remember? He started with with a throne that was made by wood. And now, of course, the throne changes. Even the shape of the throne is changing. So the evolution of this empire that is based on violence, slavery, wild behavior, forcing others, and all these things. So this empire, Eldian Empire, not the Yumiro no Tami, Eldian, because the three girls head by King Fritz, they are going to start acting later when Ymir dies, not before. Before, we are still talking about Eldians and the Eldian Empire. After Maria, Rosa, and Sina eat Ymir, that's the starting point of Yumiru no Tami, because the descendants is created and Ymir can live after her death too. But that crown was conquered thanks to massacres, of course. And once again, here we are talking about the theme of the crown, how the crown was simply, I mean, in order to conquer this crown, people were able to massacre others. They were ready to create lots of slavery, to dominate on others. This crown that is tricking people so much because of the will of power. The more you have it, the more you want it. You saw it even in Vinland. This myth of the crown that is changing the people, that is turning them into devils. Okay, so this will of power that is even better than being a human. The way in which this King Fritz is losing humanity, the more he is going on, and in fact, later he completely lost humanity inside him. But he is proud, he is smiling because that's what he wanted, to extend his dominion and to have everyone under him. That was something that he was dreaming, and it was also and only thanks to Ymir that he could have had that thing. But of course, in his opinion, no, it's all thanks to him, of course, not thanks to Ymir. Ymir is just a slave. She's working for him, so it's all thanks to his will. But we all know that the story is different. It's thanks to Ymir that he could conquer Marley. It is thanks to the Shisono Kyojin that he could gain Marley, and not the contrary. And Ymir is looking at him, and she's seeing that he is smiling because he is proud. So she is thinking, huh, I'm happy that he is happy, because it means that I was really useful to the world, that I was having a place in this world, and I was not just a slave. I was not just a mere girl passing over there as all the others. It means that maybe I am special, that I as an individual can be special too, because I'm helping him becoming somebody great. And at the same time, I'm also saving other people. I am sacrificing all I have to do something good, something that she thought that it was good, but then we know that the result is that she was condemning her population for 2,000 years of slavery. So it was not something good. As much as the fact that it's better if we, Yumiro no Tami, we sacrifice ourselves instead of others, blah, 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 until Eren, boom, interrupts these things, because this thing can't go on anymore. Something has to change. And in the meantime, even the military forces of King Fritz, they are growing. Dun, dun, dun. You see lots of queuing of soldiers coming or waiting for his speech. Um, and these look even these techniques or these soldiers aligned like these, you saw them even in season 4 part 1 when they are trying to understand what to do as a counter attack to avenge Liberio and things like this. I mean, you see how Marley used all these to create their own empire, let's call it like this, once they won 100 years before, thanks to Heros. So as you can see, it's like the Ouroboros. Do you know that symbol, the snake that is eating his own tail? It's happening the same thing here. Okay. Mm, and yes, as I was telling you, even the throne of the king is changing. We passed from a throne of wood, that means something, let's say, fake. And in fact, at that time, he was not the king of anybody. He was just imposing this role of a king on his slaves and on the people who were following him. Um, but now the throne is a little bit different. He's well done. I mean, it's having its evidence that that's a throne because he is extending his dominion. But during the ceremony, I think at this point that the person who was trying to kill King Fritz was a Marlian who was under King Fritz already because they were conquered. So even if they were going ahead with their duty to to devote themselves to the King Fritz because he won. Anyway, these military forces, they were Marlian military forces under King Fritz because they lost. So you see these soldier who wants to rebel and who tries to kill King Fritz from a distance. And Ymir, she, for the 1 millions of more time, is going to sacrifice herself by staying in front of King Fritz and try to protect him. Of course, trying to, I mean, be like a ladylike, be kind, be ready to sacrifice yourself for the sake of others, etc., etc., etc. That's what happened. And if you see, he doesn't make any facial expression, of course, because he doesn't care about her. And once again, that is a typical face of a demon because the demon doesn't care. The demon doesn't feel anything for others. He is just proud of himself for what he is, and he wants to spread his ideals everywhere and impose them. But this is another reason why I think that Eren is not the demon at all, because in Eren's case, Eren is doing bad stuff for sure, but he is also showing us these faces, as I was telling you even yesterday, and even for the previous episode, that makes you understand that he really cares, that he still cares, that he feels guilty, that he feels dirty for what he did. So there is a repentment somehow in his faces. And it's not like if King Fritz was like, she was killed. Oh, okay. Do you understand what I mean? So even after he was forcing Grisha to behave like that, or after the massacre of the Race family in the cave, in the base, you see Eren making a face that is not a I made it. Yeah, well, good job. No, he's making a face like that is a typical face of a person who cares or who understood how wrong he was by doing so, who feels guilty and dirty to have smashed the kids. He knows. But by knowing this and moving forward with the will he has, these are two different things that can't match, unfortunately. And she's not moving. I mean, Ymir is not moving at all this time. So I want to go back, because yes, I wrote it down here, to episode 16 of season 4, part 1, when also Zeke is dying. Why I want to go back over there to that scene? Because in that scene you see the symbols that we analyzed 3 or 4 months ago, no, 3 months ago together, before the season 4 part 2 started. And in those frames of Zeke dying, you see, first of all, 3 flowers, and now finally I understand what that 3 means. That means the daughters. And this connection that there is while Zeke is dying, with this moment specifically in which Ymir is sacrificing herself, it has a connection, unfortunately, because those 3 flowers you see next to Zeke are more or less, even if it's a little bit different, the same flower she saw before entering the tree. And they also mean Maria Rosesina, her daughters, because in the scene after of this episode, you see that the 3 daughters are going to eat her. So when Zeke is dying over there, and there are these 3 flowers, that scene is already anticipating, as I was telling you 3 months ago, that these 3 flowers had a great meaning. And in fact, it has. Zeke is almost dying, and it's like as if Zeke could connect to Ymir by remembering that moment in which she was over there trying to protect the king. And then she was eaten by those 3 flowers of her life. That means the flower of her daughters, the life of her daughters that are going to eat her. And if you noticed at that time with the Zeke's scene, those 3 flowers are washed by rain. They are touched by rain. And of course, this can mean that maybe Ymir was feeling so sad that she wanted to cry. She wanted to scream at that time, and that rain that is falling on those flowers when Zeke is dying is reflecting the sadness, the betrayal, because she was eaten by her daughters. She was betrayed by the king because she helped him a lot, and this was how she was repaid. But pure sadness, let's say sadness, pain, suffering. And that rain pouring down with Zeke is like Zeke getting in touch with Ymir. Zeke could feel the same moment in which Ymir was there and she was dying. She refused to survive, and she was eaten by her daughters. So this is matching, absolutely. Or these tears are falling on top of these 3 flowers. So maybe even the daughters, that they were forced to eat their mother, they were feeling lots of pain. And then, in fact, or maybe also because Zeke is descending from the royal blood. So that's why Ymir is coming over there that day, because she was still depending on that master, and she had to save him, because she remembers in that frame the time in which she protected the king 2,000 years before. So she keeps repeating the leitmotif: let's save the royal blood. And that's why she's taking this titan and she is englobing Zeke inside so she can restore him. Okay. And then Zeke hears nothing. He hears pure silence. Is this the same thing that Ymir felt while dying that time? I mean, while deciding to play the role as if she was dying. Okay, last but not least, I want to say last few things for today. So, Ymir, you see that, yeah, even Ymir, she's having the same moment of Zeke of season 4, part 1, when he is closing a little bit the eyes and his hair is moving, her hair is moving like this. That makes you understand that she seems dead, actually. But is she dead for real? Or she preferred to fake that she was dead? So maybe after all this, she could reach the freedom she really wanted to reach, as much as Eren wants to do. But I will tell you better even tomorrow about this. I think yes, she can survive because even the king, he's saying, "Look, I know that you can survive. That it's not just because of that that you are going to be killed." But maybe that was Ymir's will to finally reach freedom after all the agony, after she saw that this death of hers didn't mean anything, that nobody was moving to try to rescue her, but everyone was standing over there looking at her as if she was an animal bitten, hit, or something like that, as if the prey once again was a hit, and nobody was coming there to save her. That means all that I did so far was meaningless because, of course, uh, by seeing that nobody's moving, nobody is trying to come there and save me, it's better if I die at this point. I already created three kits, so I can maybe die in peace. But can I die in peace by finding the freedom that I've always wanted to reach? Yes or no? The result is no. Because in fact, for 2000 years, she was cursed. And she was staying in the other dimension, the dimension of the paths, 2000 years alone without escaping. And it was like a cage. That dimension was like a cage to her for 2000 years. So this freedom that wanted to be reached by dying, that is the same thing that Eren wants to do, die in order to reach freedom. And now the question is, will he be able to reach it even after death? Or is he condemned because the story can repeat? Let's see. Mm, it's she couldn't find freedom because she could live throughout all the memories of these people for 2000 years, because a piece of her, even if it was just a cell or a micro cell or everything, was living in all the descendant of the Ymir no Tami. So she was not finding freedom, she was finding a real curse, because by seeing what's happening for 2000 years, she sees that her population is still receiving the same treatment over and over again. And it's like a curse to her because there's no escape. And that's why she wants to find somebody that has the guts that she didn't have, that has the will to stop all these. And that's why she was searching for Eren, because she felt that it was not because he was turning into a titan that he was behaving like this, because he was opposing many things. Okay, I will talk about it tomorrow because now time is running and I don't have a lot of time, but I'm just going to finish these a few sentences. uh, so that's why she wants to reach Eren, because Eren is the hope for the future, in her opinion. By rebelling to the vow of war, by rebelling to all people because they are imposing him how to behave, and he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to be forced to believe what other people believe. By keep fighting for his own rights, the same rights that she doesn't have, and many other things, she decides, okay, I think that's the perfect candidate for me. I mean, if I can let him reach me, or if I can guide him so he can reach me, maybe I find a person that is totally different from what I am, but the same person that can help me solve things. And this is something that Ymir couldn't find for 2,000 years. And this makes already a difference. Because for the first time after 2,000 years, there is a person who really wants to change things forever, who really wants to stop this endless loop of slavery, suffering, pain. A person who wants to follow his free will. And for Ymir, this is something new, because the free will is something that she didn't have somehow. She had the free will to enter the tree. Yes, that's the only free will that she decided to fulfill. She also had the free will to keep going on following the king. Yes, but she found out that everything was a mistake. So now there has to be somebody who is going to use his own will to make something great, to change things, and to stop this condemnation, stop this curse. Will he be able to make it? Who knows? It can be yes, it can be no. But actually, even Ymir, as much as Eren wants, she's trying to find the way to reach her freedom. And in order to reach her freedom, she needs somebody, because now she is not physically there anymore. She's just there thanks to memories. But she really needs a body. She really needs something so she can go back and find her freedom, or to release herself from there in order to reach her freedom. That's why she needs Eren. Okay, guys, I stop right now for this live streaming of other 4 hours. That is it. I hope you enjoyed. Look, I still have so many things to tell you still. So there will be a part 3. So sorry for that, but this episode was simply incredible, full of connections. And in the part 3, I'm going to finish the episode analyzing ending number 3 and analyzing Historia's friend Ymir. And thank you so much. But look, I'm still in sheet number 21. See, where is it? Sheet number 21 of 35. So there are so many things to say, and it depends if today I have to go to work because it's snowing. So I don't know if I'm going to continue later in the afternoon or directly tomorrow. But you will understand. You will understand if I'm here or not, of course. Thank you, guys. Hope you enjoyed. See you next time with the end of this episode and the analysis of it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew, for staying with me throughout all this time. Thank you. I appreciate it, for real. Bye, guys. See you next time. Bye-bye. See you with the part 3. Bye.